Hi everyone, welcome to Beacon. This is the second time that we've done this from Future Yard, but today I'm actually doing it from home because we've got loads of stuff going on in the venue today, which is awesome. Last time we did this, it was kind of in the height of a lockdown, and we created Beacon as an asset for emerging artists that were trying to do stuff during the pandemic and didn't really know where to start because of it didn't really feel like the music industry was open for business. So we wanted to try and launch Beacon as an event that focused on what artists can do rather than what they can't. We've brought it back, and today we've got 4 chats with some amazing people. And what I wanted to do for this one is pick things that I think that artists need to be more aware of. So we're kicking things off initially with a conversation with Tom Gray, who started the Broken Record campaign back in April 2020. And that is just, had such an impact on the industry already. And we hope to see that it has a lot more impact in how artists are paid for their actual music. And from speaking to a lot of local artists recently, it was kind of quite interesting that not many of you had digged into it yet and to really see what it was about. And I think that, so many musicians make the decision to kind of look at using their music as a profession and don't really appreciate where the money comes from in order to build that sustainable career. And I think what the Broken Record campaign has done is really shone a light on, where that revenue is coming from, and that music is undervalued, and that there's people making money out of music and it's not the creators. So I'm really, really looking forward to that conversation. Following that, we're going to look more at release strategy and how streaming kind of fits in with that. And we've got an amazing professional called DIXON, who started her career at major labels, basically working with artists across the major label kind of landscape to build campaigns directly with the streaming platforms. And now she's kind of developed her career, and she's an artist manager working for REDLIGHT management, representing a few really, really exciting artists, but has also took the lead for REDLIGHT management on their streaming strategy. So we're going to be talking to Kerry about things that artists might overlook and might not understand or appreciate when they're putting together a release strategy. And then we're going to have a little break for lunch, and then we're going to come back with a really, really exciting new band called Crawlers, who are based in Liverpool. And before the pandemic, were playing to empty rooms. We're just at the start of their journey. And throughout the last couple of years, I've managed to build up a really, really lovely following of fans through using TikTok and Instagram and different social media platforms. And they're really, really focused on building a community for their fans that is safe, and they take into account, all of the different barriers that music fans have to kind of enjoying music, and making sure that what they're providing is a really lovely community, a really understanding community where everyone can be themselves. They have absolutely smashed it over the last few months. They've got, approaching 22 million streams on their latest single. They've been signed to Polydor. They've just been signed to Interscope in the States. They've sold out their first UK tour and have just announced a massive US tour as well. So we're getting them at a really, really exciting point while they're fast in rehearsals for their up and coming tour dates, and recording loads of new material and things. So we're going to chat with them about what's important to them and why they've made the decisions that they've made as to, building that gorgeous community for their fans and what that really means, and the different things that they've kind of found along the way. There's a lot of discussion in the music industry at the moment about digital burnout. And there's a feeling that artists and musicians have to be marketing managers in order to build fan bases and audiences, rather than being artists. And there's that feeling that we need to be online all of the time. And I really want to kind of speak to everybody about this, but how we combat that. Do we actually need to be on social media as much as people tell us that we need to? I started off my career working with emerging artists and promoting them online, and social media started to become a tool that artists would use to promote themselves way back then. And you know, I just remember the conversations I had with artists about how much they needed to post on Facebook and Twitter and stuff like that, and it was just relentless. And do we actually need to do that? Like, what do we do when social media gets too much? How do we still engage with our audiences? And then finally, I'm going to chat to OWUSU, who a lot of you local artists will know as being the founder and creator of LIMF Academy, which is a year-long artist development program. He also has a Playmaker group where he is working with, like, you know, another kind of vehicle to work with emerging talents. But more recently started Power Up with PRS Foundation, which is like a funding and mentorship model for Black creators and also professionals, not to get them the foot in the door, because there's data that shows that there's a lot of Black artists and professionals that get in at that level, but it's about like elevating them to the next level. So we're going to talk about the different barriers that artists and maybe professionals as well face when they're building their careers and trying to, you know, like cut through all of the noise and be successful. So there's, you know, lots of different barriers that artists face, whether it's budget, whether it's location, whether it's race, whether and ethnicity, whether it's experience, and all of those different things. So we want to have a chat about like how artists and bands can cut through that noise and reach wider audiences as well. So that's 4 really, really great conversations for today's Beacon. Last time we did it, it was I was at the venue and we were closed. So this is a really, really nice kind of continuation from that. And hopefully it's something that we'll do regularly. All of the conversations will be recorded and they will all be available for those people that are signed up to the Future Art for Artists community. So if you're dropping in and watching some and maybe wanting to catch up on a few different bits or rewatch things, then they'll be available once we've finished. So without further ado, I'm going to bring Tom in for the first conversation. To give Tom a little bit of an intro before he joins us, Tom is in the band Gomez and is a career songwriter and has kind of proven himself over the past few years to be a real advocate for change in the music industry and to be a real representative of his peers. And we'll dig into Broken Record campaign. So I'm going to bring Tom in. Hey, Tom.
Hi, Kath. How are you?
I'm really good.
Yeah, really well. Sunday morning, got a cup of tea.
Have you got your YouTube on? Okay.
I haven't got my YouTube on, no. Are you getting a little bit of a feedbacky?
Yeah, I can just hear me appreciating. Especially
I can hear you too. I mean, I could try and grab some headphones and see if that sorts the problem out. Should I do that? Should I want you to do that?
Yeah, I might do that.
Here we go. Whoop. I've got like a shelf with loads of crap on it, so everything's falling down. Here we go. Let's put these on, see if this helps. Here we go. Hello?
Hold on a minute. Mine are all tangled up because they've been at the bottom of my bag.
Oh, that's standard, isn't it? That's standard.
Yeah.
I'm glad to hear the venue's open and everything's going great. That's fantastic.
Yeah, it really, really is. It's mad doing this from home today, but we have Sunday mornings, we have Mosh Tots, which is our gigs for kids.
Oh.
So we're overrun with 3 to 8 year olds and their parents.
I can't imagine why trying to do this in the midst of that would be a problem.
So yeah, usually I have one of the lads kind of helping me out. So I'm doing this solo today, which is terrifying but fun at the same time. But yeah, I'm sure it'll be absolutely fine.
I think that might have got it. Has that fixed it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Excellent.
Perfect. So what I wanted to talk to you about is obviously the Broken Records campaign. I've been doing a little bit of market research amongst the artists that kind of gravitate around our venue as to who's really kind of been paying attention and who's digging into it. And there's a lot of people that are kind of like, I kind of know what it is. And I know that it's kind of like a vehicle for change, but haven't really delved into it. And I think there's a real lack of knowledge with emerging artists who are looking towards creating a career out of music as to where the money for their music actually comes from. So tell us a bit about how Broken Records came about. In that kind of, it was the start of lockdown, wasn't it, really? So the live music industry was the first to close, and then it's been the last to open. Like, so what was going through your head when the whole of the live industry closed and we were kind of seeing that royalties were going to dry up from that as well? And
well, that's it. I mean, I was just very well placed to, I was a touring musician consistently for 15, 20 years, that's how sort of bread and butter, that's how I lived. So I knew that people would immediately struggle when that income left, but I sit on the council of PRS, so I also see licensing income, and I know that, where the people the people who you work with are aware of this or not, but obviously a lot of the income that comes into PRS that pays songwriters is coming from live venues. It's coming from premises like hairdressers and bars that are paying for those licenses, right? So there's this secondary income that's going to disappear as well, because the hairdressers and the bars and the live venues are going to be closed down. So wait a minute, what's left? And what's left is recorded music. And unfortunately, even though the recorded music industry was saved in many, saved in inverted commas in many respects by streaming, it hasn't provided a very useful income for the vast majority of musicians. And the really important thing here is to say, music has always been an incredibly precarious career choice.
Yeah.
Let's not beat about the bush. It's hard. And being successful means being lucky and talented and working your ass off, and all three of those things simultaneously. And that's hard. I mean, it's lightning strike stuff. But we've got to a crazy situation where the number of people who are actually benefiting from their recorded music has become a much smaller percentage of the actual profession. Mm-hmm. And especially when you look at like professional songwriters, even people who are writing hits aren't able to afford to live in London anymore. And that's like mind-boggling, because what is it for me? It's like, what are we all aspiring to? And especially when I'm talking to young people who are trying to get into the profession, what I don't want them to be doing is to be aspiring to a version of the industry that doesn't exist anymore, that only exists in their head, this sort of mythology of rock and roll, when people could crash rollers into swimming pools because they had the money to do it. That just doesn't exist anymore. So you've got to be far more committed to your art than you ever have, because connecting with an audience, getting from the ground, because there's so many people in the market, getting to a place where you are successful and people know you. Oh, unbelievable. You've already won the lottery, right? 100,000 people give a shit about you. That's unbelievable, right? But unfortunately, that doesn't translate to an income. And that's what Broken Record's about. Yeah. It's about the fact that the streaming model doesn't really deal with the ecosystem of music and making sure that a professional class of musician can live, right? And that's the bit that's missing in the logic of it, in the construction of it. Because there's 7 million artists on Spotify now. 7 million, right? All of them can't make money. And what's even crazier is that only 6% of all the revenue, 6% of all the money that's in Spotify goes to the fully independent artists, so who are not going through any labels. They're just using Ditto and DistroKid and all that stuff, right? 6%. And there's about 7 million people in that 6% of income, right? Oh my God. Which puts it into perspective how hard it is to break out of that 6% and get into the 94%, right, chunk? So it's really about saying to Spotify and saying to, especially to major labels and to big labels as well, and just saying, have you really been thinking about this? Have you had to think about this? Because I don't think you have, because I think what you've been doing is relying on the live industries to subsidize your existence, and take the live industry out and you haven't got a fundamentally, you've got a system that topples. It is not self-sustaining, which of course a recorded music industry should be. It should be able to exist in and of itself. I mean, there are billions of people listening to music. The major labels are making $2 million every hour from streaming, right? There is so much money in the system. And these companies are making much bigger profits than, and they'll eternally say, it's not the same amount of revenue as the great physical era of 25 years ago. Not that kids now give a crap that things were great 25 years ago, but their excuse is, we used to make so much more money 25 years ago when it was all physical. There was two reasons for that. One, they were overcharging for records. I mean, it was crazy. When I don't know about you, Kath, but when I was like 16, I had to work for about 2 or 3 days to pay for one album. And that meant not buying anything else. I don't know about you, but it was like, when you were getting like £3 an hour. Yeah. Anyway, sorry. So it was, that was mad. It was no surprise when piracy came along. 'Cause it was like, well, records are too expensive. But even then they only had a 9% margin profit, right? Back then. They were making 9% off the top, because they had all these other costs. They were big manufacturing companies, big distribution companies. They had trucking systems. They had A&R scouts living in every single city. They had this enormous infrastructure. They have none of that now. They're just marketing companies, right? And so they're making over 20% margin. And my point is, actually, is that right? Should you be making more? Should you be making that level of margin of profitability, or should you be looking at how you distribute the income so that you have a sustainable industry? And of course, that's very hard to say to profit-making companies, because it's going contrary to what they want and contrary to what their shareholders want. But at the same time, it's kind of sensible. Because, totally. Honest, you're going to lose the people who do this stuff, because eventually, what I worry about is that we all keep throwing ourselves, because we all love music, right? We are compulsives. We love the thing that we make. We are completely in love with the thing we make, and it's a vocation. But the problem is, we should not be cannon fodder for these companies. There's no reason to be, So Broken Record is about trying to change the power relationship and use the levers of media and levers of government to make these people think again. Because, as individual musicians, when we've whinged or complained about getting paid, who wants to listen to a musician complaining? Nobody, right? But when we've protested, or famously, people might not know about this, but Prince and George Michael both sued their record labels in the 80s and 90s, and famously lost very badly because contract law is stacked against them, right? So the way that Broken Record was envisaged was to say, well, I know these people aren't afraid of musicians, understandably, because we're idiots. And so what can we do to actually make them feel pressure? And it was to go directly into government, directly into Parliament, and engage with MPs and get them thinking about it and make them see the problem. And then when they started going, oh, wait a minute, this is problematic, that in turn put pressure on the record companies to sort their faces out, right? Because that's and on the platforms to think twice about the way that they're doing business. But obviously, the problem is people always say to me, well, who are you against the platform? I'm not against anybody.
I think that's the thing that I keep picking up from artists, is that they think that these platforms are the bad people in all of this. That obviously there's severe issues with the way that Spotify and Amazon and those people do their business, maybe more externally from the actual music side of things. But it's always, when people are sharing their Spotify Wrapped at the end of the year, and then everyone starts going Spotify, and it's just the issue is so deeply ingrained, deeper than this. you know, I started in the music industry when it was in a decline, like the revenue of the whole industry was declining, whilst piracy was still rife and everybody was downloading stuff for free. And then streaming came in, and it was the first time it had plateaued. And it was just like, this obviously is something that is going to work for us. But I always saw it as like a work in progress. Like, it was just like, this has come in, it's fantastic. It's a way of monetizing people listening to music on the internet, which is what they've started doing. But then nothing happened. And it was just like, lots of people in the industry were kind of going, this is shit. This isn't, you know, this isn't enough. But then it's taken the Broken Record campaign and a global pandemic for this to get to the government, for it to actually kind of be assessed and kind of looked at in a greater detail. So, like, how, when you went to government with this, like, what was the reaction?
I mean, at first, just like they thought, oh, that this is kind of a. We were going to MPs who were on select committees. In Parliament, they have these committees that are made up of all parties, that can look at whatever they want to, right? And I, you know, to not to give too much of the game away, but I studied politics, so I knew all of this stuff, and I worked in politics a bit when I was young. I've been a Labour Party member since I was 15. That's who I am.
Yeah,
that's my background,
and that's what puts you in a really strong position to kind of be the conduit between, you know, all of those artists and songwriters that don't have that kind of, like, even the vocabulary.
Of course,
it's really intimidating. Like, if you look at a contract, even the legal talk on it is intimidating. So to have like somebody that's fighting this, that knows how the kind of political landscape is structured and things like that, is obviously gonna make this a lot stronger, isn't it?
Well, it's, you know, it was. I was sitting there. I knew I had this little superpower of knowing these people and knowing how to talk to them. So I was like, well, if I don't do it, who's going to do it? That was it was. If not me, then who? Because, you know, I certainly don't see myself as some kind of leader or anything like that. It was just like, I know how to unpick this knot, right?
Yeah.
So it just. I got in front of these MPs. I was tweeting at them constantly. They were like, this seems like, you know, an interesting issue. But when we got in the room with them, we were on a committee that was majority Conservatives. So it's the DCMS Select Committee. So these people are, they're people who are interested in culture, media and sport, right?
Yeah.
And they're all MPs, different parties, but it's run by the Conservative Party. They're the majority on the committee. And when we first get in there, they understandably all just think that it's just... The situation is, it's winner takes all. The music industry has always been a nightmare. You know, there's winners and losers, and this is just the losers complaining, right? That's what they thought it was. But, you know, sure enough, as soon as they started to hear the evidence and realised that household names even couldn't make money from streaming, and that songwriters who'd written like top 10 hits weren't making money from streaming, and, you know, all of this stuff, they were like, oh, there's something fundamentally worse happening here.
Yeah.
And it wasn't, you know, they spoke to everybody. This is, you know, they brought in the major labels and spoke to them, and they didn't perform especially well. I think it's worth saying. You can still go and find that online if you want.
Yeah, it's still online. It's a car crash, isn't it, really, when you look at it?
It's a car crash. They won't answer the questions. They're being really shifty. It's really obviously like studied answers, and like it's like you just wanted to have you wanted to have been their advisor, to have told them how that everything they were doing was wrong, but everything they were doing was wrong. The platforms performed a lot better, but you know, it's a. And then they published this report, and the report could not have been more damning, more critical at every level, in terms of saying, you know, everything is wrong within the headline that everyone reported was, it called for a complete reset of the music industry. Yeah.
But that feels accurate. I mean, you even said it was just like the music industry's a nightmare. And it just, we're still dealing with very, very archaic ways of doing things, from when the record labels put records out because they were manufacturing the equipment that they're played on, in essence. We're still dealing with contracts and copyright law that's based from like what, the 1950s?
Even earlier than,
Yeah.
I mean, we're talking the beginning of the 20th century, and the reason why a lot of things went wrong, if you actually go back, is because the first people through the door speaking to government were the manufacturers of the shellac, the people who owned the plastic company, right? Mm-hmm. And they got in the door first in about 1912 or something, and basically convinced them. And this they did this all around the world. They convinced governments that they were the author of the recording because they printed the recording onto the piece of plastic. Now, that's funny, isn't it? If you think about what an author is, right, in real terms, an author of a book, and we've had these for a long time, it's not the person who prints the words on the pages in the book. The author is the person who writes the words that are on the pages in the book, right? Mm-hmm. So who is the author? And because they managed to do that and put that in law so early, and both sides of the Atlantic, where popular music was, coming out very quickly, we've had this embedded problem from almost the very beginning, whereby the person who performs the music is not recognized as actually being the person who authored the work, right? Yeah. And so the law has always been stacked against us. And, the producer, as they're called under the law. I mean, this is confusing. So legal terms get very confusing because the producer is not like a record producer. That's not who they are. The producer is the person who prints the record. Yeah. Is really comfortably enshrined within British copyright law, right? They've got all the cards. Whereas us, the performers, we're kind of like an afterthought. We're like a we better kick them a bit of money. I mean, they're not really an industry, are they? They're just characters we drag off the street and get to hum over our plastic making machines. And that's I always, that's the central problem. That if you were going to go back to the beginning, which of course you can't, and no government will, and there's been 1,000 treaties since then globally that entrench this rubbish law anyway, so you can't unpick it. But if you were going to really deal with the problem, you go back to point one and go, actually, the author of a recording is the person making the music, right? And that would fundamentally change everything, because then we would hold all the cards, which we don't. So I mean, that's it. I think maybe people don't know all of their rights, and they don't know all of their. And that was something else. I think the thing with Broken Record was, I should say this, was that the intention of it was that even if it failed, which it probably will ultimately, because power is stacked against us in a horrific way, right? We're dealing with multinational billionaire companies. It's like, it's crazy that we've got this far, right?
It's amazing that you've got this far, like, that it has reaped some of the changes as well. Like, even if we don't get a total reform of the music industry as a result of Broken Records, is it all of the majors now have basically like cancelled the debt of unrecouped like historic artists?
Yeah.
Like, that's a huge win. Like that to me feels like something that I would never have seen. Like,
no. I mean, yay. No, I mean, of course, there's been big wins and big successes, but at the beginning, I wasn't. There was that certainly. I didn't know that we could get anything. But so. But if you go back to point one, I think the point I was going to make was that the idea was that even if we failed, an awful lot of people would learn what their rights were.
Yeah.
If we did this very publicly and in a very kind of clear social media driven way. And maybe I haven't have done it as well as I possibly could, because it's hard to engage people in like, hey, let's talk about copyright law. It's like, because like just the words are a deep turnoff. But I do know a lot of people feel a lot more comfortable now in understanding where their rights are, understanding how streaming is paid, because a lot of people just think they're paid per stream and things like this. They think that's what's happening, like there's a machine going ting 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 here, you know, and sending you some money, but then don't understand why each stream gets paid a different amount and stuff like this. And you're like, well, let me just I think it's really important that people get it. Because when they get it, it's like, oh, right, that's why it'll never make sense. That's why you can't, you know, it doesn't necessarily, you might have more listeners but get paid less money, things like that.
Yeah.
That's the stuff that's like so counterintuitive and really hard to understand, especially if you don't have any insight.
Yeah, I think it's as well. It's whether you're an independent artist or you are signed to a publisher and a label. I don't think that means necessarily that there's a better understanding of or a worse understanding of how things are operating, how things are working. Like, even I know that when I was trying to branch wider into the industry from my little part when I was a PR, was even just trying to get to grips with how royalties worked, and then having to teach it when I was working at Lipper and breaking it down like that. And it was just like, wait, hold on a minute. I've worked in this industry for a decade and I still don't fully understand that payment model for artists. So I think it has done, you know, it's definitely made people more minded of where that money's coming from and to ask more questions, which ultimately is a great thing.
I think, I mean, the number of emerging artists who I meet who don't realise that they need to be a member of PRS.
Yeah.
Just don't realise it. And it's, and that by not being a member of PRS, even if they're on, they've joined one of these kind of DIY publishers, like Songtrust or something, they're missing out. They're missing out on half, or Centric. They're missing out. Centric. They're missing out on half the money if they're not members of PRS. Crazy stuff like that you're just like, I mean, and you know, something that I've been, you know, I'm on the PRS council, but I still think it's too expensive to join PRS, and I'll say that publicly again and again. I you know, until I think PRS needs to be a lot more accessible.
I think that's definitely a conversation that I have with artists, is when the right time is to join PRS because of the joining fee. It's just you know, with all of the outliers that you've got to pay when you're creating music and you don't have an audience yet and you're not getting a live revenue and all of that stuff, you do have to kind of think, where is that 100 quid coming from? Where's that 50 quid coming from? Where's that? And looking at what's coming up and what they've got to pay for is right, okay. And then's probably a good time to pay for your PRS.
Yeah.
It does have an impact, having that fee, definitely, having that upfront fee.
No, of course it's an obstacle. And I think in many ways it's intended as an obstacle, because the point is that for every member you've got an enormous administrative cost.
Yeah.
And so you do have to come up with some way of balancing that. But at the same time, I feel like we haven't got to the solution yet, and certainly the amount that it is too high. And so, I mean, that's, you know, I've only been there I've been there for 3 years. Unfortunately, 2 years have been there where I haven't been in the room, being able to, you know, have these conversations. So but it's something that I still think needs to be dealt with, because, you know, I just feel like a lot of money's getting lost. And it'll go, and that money, you know, you have to understand what has to happen to money that can't go to people. Is a collecting society, PRS's collecting society, which is mandated by law to collect writers' income, right? That's what we are. We have an exclusive license to collect this income, so we collect it whether or not. We collect your money. We collect your money whether or not you're signed up to us, right? So you have to then become a member to get that money. So, and it's very important people understand that. So we're mandated to get this money. Now, if we can't pay it to anybody, we have to pay it to somebody, because we're also not a bank. We can't just sit on loads of cash, right? So after 3 years, if it's just been sitting there, we have to get rid of it. And the only way that anyone's come up with to get rid of it is market share. So we just give it to the biggest people.
Yeah.
So who benefits from all these young artists not joining are like Universal and Sony and Elton John, like whatever. It's like that's the problem. It's a crazy situation where the wealthiest people in the system benefit from inaccuracy and non-membership. Which is like, when you think that it costs money to join, it's like, oh, it does my head in. So anyway, but so you understand. That's why I was people really need to understand that. Then if they're not a member of PPL, then they're not, and then song gets played on the radio, then that money won't go to them. It'll go to somebody else.
Yeah.
It's like it's just. But you have to know this stuff, you have to know your rights. You have to get, there's only 4 rights really in music. There's only 4. There's the recording, do you own it? Or have you sold it to somebody? There's the writing, there's the publishing, mechanical, which follows the recording. So something got recorded that was written by somebody, so there's that. And then there's the performance of something that was written, and that's the PRS. And there's the performance of a recording, which is PPL. And that's it.
Yeah.
That's all there is. It's not any more complicated than that. But the problem is having your head across that really clearly, for some reason, is often opaque to people.
Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I always like look at the music industry in 3 pillars, which is like the songwriting, publishing, the recording, and live, and like kind of talk about royalties across that. But I think it's just like as you said earlier, it's just like the career of a musician is precarious. You've got to know where all of those revenues are coming from in order to kind of build that career. So it should be the first port of call is knowing exactly what royalties are owed, because that's how music's paid. So kind of going back to the streaming model and like the issues with that and going to government, the way that campaign picked up speed was rapid. Like it was at a time when everybody was sat at their computers because there was nothing else to do, so you had this really, really captive audience. I feel like, and I want to know whether you agree, is if this had happened like a year earlier, that there's no way in hell that it would have kind of picked up as much speed as it would. And like, do you think that the issue that artists and creators have is that if they feel that they speak out about something, that they're the ones that are gonna lose a career over because they're seen as difficult, or they're challenging the norm, or challenging the people that are kind of like holding the purse strings? Like, there was a reset, really, wasn't there? There was a change in the way that people felt about speaking up.
I think it made people pretty militant pretty quickly, right? Because they realised they were going to be a skint for a very long time. And I'm still speaking to friends who are really established, successful artists who are still worried about how, in the moment, how they're going to pay the mortgage, because they can't get in the venues quick enough. They can't get the vinyl manufactured, so there's nothing to sell that's going to physically put money in their pockets. That are all knock-on effects of Brexit and COVID and the whole, shit sandwich. So it's like it really did. It focused on my, don't let a good crisis go to waste. I mean, that really with. I knew that all my mates were at home and on their computers because they were flipping, they were texting me and emailing me and what's this about and what's that, So I knew that they were like, and suddenly it was like, oh, there's this entire community of people who are usually on the road, out gigging, doing stuff, are stuck in their houses going, what am I going to do? And I thought, well, if nothing else, we can give something to focus their minds to focus that frustration and
it's channeling it, isn't it? It's like a channel.
Precisely, trying to create a channel for that. That was really the key, so that people could feel some kind of intention and hope as well, because it felt really hopeless, I think, too. And So it's really, I think it's really important for people to have something like that, to sort of, you know, a punching bag, as it were. And so obviously I think that really made a massive difference. I think, you know, things that came out of the inquiry was that that a lot of people did feel very scared, and there was a lot of people saying, why are we not hearing from younger artists? Why are we not hearing from young up and coming entry-level artists on this? And, you know, it's because we would go to them one after the next and they would say, well, if we speak up, we won't get the Spotify playlist. If we speak up, you know, the label is going to take an interest. If we speak up, you know, it was all like this.
Yeah.
And so it had to be somebody like me who sort of passed it and doesn't really care anymore to cause a fuss. You know, obviously you had Nadine Shah in the inquiry basically explaining how she couldn't pay rent, and that freaked everybody out.
Yeah.
You know, and it's like, no, Nadine hasn't got massive streaming figures, like by any stretch of the imagination. That's just not what her audience would be like. But it's that thing of like, but what should success look like? Like when is enough enough? And that question, I think, haunted the MPs a bit. They were a bit like, well, wait a minute, the music industry, the recording industry has convinced itself that it's reasonable that someone who has built an audience of 250,000 people globally still hasn't got enough of an audience to sustain a living. Like, that's not enough. Like, you found 250,000 people who think you're great. That's not enough. Okay, so what is it? So 500,000 people. Is that enough? No. That's not enough, you know, and it starts, and that's when it starts getting all kind of like, you're like, well, what does success look like? And then you find out that there's only 13,000 artists on the planet whose work, which is not them, whose work is making over 50 grand, $50,000, which is what, 35,000 quid. So like, there's only 13,000 of the 7 million, right? And you're going to go, oh, that's their work. So that's all of back catalogue, everybody. And those artists aren't necessarily getting paid. And they may be on contracts where they're getting 5% because that contract was signed in 1975, right?
Yeah.
You know, that you realise how unfair and how skewed this all is, and why these companies are making so much money. Because, of course, the problem with streaming is the way it's set up now is to benefit the people who own the most rights. So it's about these people who have just amassed just insane amounts of catalogue rights. And they're the people who benefit. That's the whole system is built to completely like encircle them and make them feel safe and give them cash and keep their business running. That's how the whole thing has been set up.
Yeah.
Which is because through the revenue share system, which is where all the money gets taken into a big pot, and then they go, well, 35% of all of the recordings that have been played are Universal Music, so 35% of the money goes to Universal, like that, in one big splodge, and then they get the streaming data, and then Universal divides all of that money by all of the numbers, and they go, well, that's this much is ours, and Spotify keeps 30% off the top, and go, oh, that's ours. And that's how it gets done. So that's why it benefits. But then when you look at what's happening to individual artists within that system, individual artists can't survive, and or don't have enough of a progression, or have to have such a level of success that, you know, it's crazy that in streaming, you know, you're basically no one until you've got over 50 million streams. Right, you're not even like, you know, you're a fart in a blizzard until you've got over 50 million streams, and it's like, that's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, it's these numbers are so huge, and yet we have learned to just process them as being normal.
Yeah, I think for users as well, just like users of these platforms, like for Spotify and Apple and stuff like that. I think that they don't know how their money's being spent, do they? Like if you think about like a $9.99 Spotify like subscription, like if you're absolutely caning your favorite bands who might be, you know, independent artists that have put a few albums out, then there might be an assumption with the users of those platforms that their money that they're spending on the subscription is going to those artists. And obviously, from what you've just said, that isn't the case. That money is divided up between the platform and then the market share of like who's getting the most streams, like with those providers. Like that doesn't seem like a fair way of doing it at all for anyone, be it the artists that are on those platforms and the users, you know, the music fans that are...
It's very confusing to me, right? Because like I'm sure it's confusing to everybody, but look, your money goes off into a pool and then just gets so I can say if you're listening to like less than like 1,000 tracks a month, and certainly if you're listening to less than 500 tracks a month, the vast majority of your money is not going to the music you listen to at all, right? And what's actually happening is you are subsidizing really popular music. That's what you're doing. Your money is going and paying Ed Sheeran and Drake, like those guys need more money. I mean, Ed makes more money than you need in your entire life in one night at Wembley. So, like, who cares? Anyway, just one dude with a guitar and 80,000 tickets. Anyway, it's mind-boggling. So I've campaigned for a thing called user-centric, which is where your money just goes to what you listen to. Mm-hmm. But the thing is, user-centric does just create different winners and losers.
Yeah. And
this is what people always say, well, it just makes different winners and losers. And I'm like, yeah, but at least it's logical.
Yeah.
Who wins and who loses.
That's definitely what my feeling of it is like, but it makes more sense. And obviously it's not something that's been implemented, so we don't know how that's going to work.
Well, we got SoundCloud to implement it in their personal distribution. So anyone who signs directly to SoundCloud, SoundCloud do it. But I mean, it's quite expensive to be distributed by SoundCloud, so I'm not advising people to do it necessarily. But we are going to have some actual data from real employment of user-centric pretty soon, because we've had lots of modeling and people go, oh, it doesn't really work. And what's funny is, what I find really frustrating actually is like the data says like 10% comes off the richest artist and goes to the next like percentile down, 10% down, right? And I'm like, can you think of and they go, so it's not enough of a change. And can you imagine another industry where someone was offered a 10% pay rise and people are going, that's not enough. The music industry is so mental and so convinced of its own nonsense that they don't realise that a 2% pay rise is what most people get, and they're really thrilled that their union managed to get that, right? Or you know what I mean? Like that's the real world. It's like if I can afford one extra cup of coffee, or you know, can pay one more bill this month.
Yeah.
Who cares? Yeah. But curiously, there's this idea in the music industry that unless it's like revolutionarily redistributive overnight, it's not worth doing. I mean, I'm sorry to sound like a centrist hack, but like, come on, if we can make a few people's lives a bit better, that's probably good, right? Am I?
It's certainly progress.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think.
Yeah.
Something that I've found about working in the music industry over the years is that there are lots of conversations about the things that don't work. I've been to many conferences and like watched many, you know, expert people in their fields talk about different issues that we face. And it just, a lot of the time, it just seems like it's a lot of conversations about the issues and no solutions. But I think in this instance, there are the solutions that, you know, there are different conversations being had about different ways of doing it, which to me feels like a lot more progress than what I've seen in the past. like I'm talking like repeat years of going to conferences and them talking about the same things, and it's just like, but no one is actually putting these forward. But with the streamer models, there are different things that are being looked at, aren't there, as to kind of like how this is going to change and how this is going to happen.
So the result of the inquiry is the government have taken us into a year-long process, looking at different something called equitable remuneration, which we should probably go back and explain.
I can never say it. I can never say remuneration. Yeah,
you should. Guy Garvey was one of the people who gave evidence at the inquiry, and he couldn't say it at all. And he kept ringing me up and going, equitable, and it got too much. I went, just say ER as soon as you can and get it done, and everyone will be fine with it. And so you're not alone. It is a tongue twister. Equitable remuneration is what the performing musicians already have from radio. So PPL, effectively. That money, which is money for the performance of the public performance, so someone playing a recording live, produces an equitable remuneration, which means some of the money has to go to the performer, right? So that exists in radio already, but it doesn't exist in streaming. Streaming is just treated like a sale, so you just get your contract value. Now, if you're a fully independent artist, that means you get all the money, and that's fine. But if you're on a label, if you're in debt to that label, you're not going to get anything on stream one, nothing. And you may be in debt to them forever. So you may never get paid anything, And it's great because you might have got some money. You might have needed that money. In fact, let's be clear. Labels are brilliant things. Labels are amazing. Labels invest in artists, give them money to make stuff. And which, especially if you're in a band and you need a load of capital because you are, there's so many of you, the capital is required to get off the ground.
Yeah.
That the label system is as necessary as it ever was. The problem is that the deals are built a little bit too inequitably still. So it's a bit too hard to find a way for the artist, because of course labels want to protect themselves and rightly are taking an awful lot of risk. And not everybody is successful, but we're at a point in history where maybe we need to reevaluate the way that this money gets divided up. Anyway, equitable remuneration would be some kind of payment that from stream one, no matter if you're in contract or not in contract, you get paid something. So the government are researching that. The government are researching contract adjustment and transparency, because a lot of the problem is none of us can see how we're getting paid, right? Yeah.
That's one of my biggest irritations, is kind of like seeing the public facing data that you're seeing from streaming platforms in different areas, and then knowing how much you've got coming, having a breakdown from your PRS and PPL and stuff like that, but also just it still feels very kind of like you just don't know. Like, you don't know what the breakdown is. You don't know where things are coming from. You don't know if you've got the right amount. There's nothing to audit against. Like, and that's something that, from an independent artist standpoint, like, is obviously an issue, but it's the same for everyone. It feels like it's the same no matter who you are in the industry. Like, whatever level that you're at, you can't see what you're earning properly.
It's very opaque.
That doesn't feel like that happens in any other industry. Like,
well, some industries are protected in law already. You know. It's quite funny if you're an agent, like a commercial agent working for any company selling any product, you have the right under the law to see the books, even though you don't work for them. You're just being contracted in as an agent. You are allowed to see their books to make sure that you're getting your 10%, right? Why don't artists have that same law? This just doesn't make any sense. So anyway, so we've campaigned for that. We've asked for that. The government are researching it, and contract adjustment. So people being able to get out of contracts earlier than life of copyright, which is a very common practice still to this day, sadly. That record companies sign you up for the total amount of time that the record could make money. Rather than a period. A I mean, it's all, they're looking at all of those things. It's a year-long process. At the same time, the Competitions and Markets Authority, we managed to get them on it, which was also a massive thing. Mm-hmm. And that's the thing that's really scaring the bejesus out of the industry, if I'm honest. So they're looking at all of these big companies and going, are they stifling innovation? Are they acting like a monopoly? Are they acting like a cartel? Are they behaving themselves? Is the pricing strategy right and fair in the market? All of this is going on, and we're engaging with all of that, you know. And now I'm the chair of the Ivers Academy, and we're submitting to them, the Musicians Union, all of these different organisations. We're all very coordinated in speaking to these to the government and to and the CMA. It's mad. I mean, it who knows what's going to happen? I don't know. But what's really positive about it is something is happening, and these people are engaged, and their money is being spent on trying to find answers. At the top, at the highest level. And I've had meetings with Number 10, and I mean, who knew?
But I think what's been astounding to me is, like, obviously the spotlight was put on the streaming model first and foremost, because that was the thing that was left after everything closed. But all of the other things that it's kind of shone a light on. So we talked about copyright law. We've talked about the unrecouped balances of historic artists on major labels. So all of those artists that aren't earning any money from their music, and they're a lot older, and they should be able to kind of have money coming through from that music. They've cleared the debt, and they're now able to kind of make some money on it, which is incredible. But it's also the fact that record contracts haven't changed in such a long time either, like those record deals. And I know we've talked a lot about the majors, but what's come to light kind of quite heavily maybe in the past 12 months is the independent sector as well needs to have a rocket up their arse with regards to how they're building those deals with their artists too. And that to me is like something that's really, really interesting, because like we look at this big landscape of like issues in the music industry, and we do attribute a lot of them to the major labels. Like we do, because that's the kind of most corporate entity, and a musician doesn't feel corporate. But it's the indies as well, isn't it? They've had to kind of like take a good look at the way that they're formatting their deals with their artists, and what's in the small print there, and all of those things, which to me is kind of interesting.
Oh yeah, I mean, we've seen, Fortet is, Kieran is suing Domino right now in the courts, because they were paying him 18% digital rate, his download rate on streaming, and he's suing them for it, and my understanding had been that anyone who was, any of these independent labels were paying a minimum of 24% at this point in history, but it turns out they were still paying 18%. And you like kind of go, what's going on there? Is everyone properly checking their books here, lads? So it's stuff like that, you kind of go, this isn't quite right, is it? And which like I say, the independent labels are amazing, and a lot of people who work in them are incredible. It's just unfortunate that they haven't spent enough time thinking about how the entire picture needs to work, how the whole ecosystem needs to relies on them to not behave in certain ways. It's like, and like you say, the distinction between independent and major, between the big indies and the majors is it's hard. There's BMG are like 11 or 14% of the market. That's a huge percentage of the market. Like, that's not a tiny company, right?
No, they're not.
No, they're not. So I mean, doing a lot of very equitable deals nowadays. But like, you kind of go, that's not a small company. And so I do feel like getting away from these terms like major and independent is quite important.
Yeah.
But we do have to look at, like, when you're the biggest, how much extra money you're getting out of the system because you can name your price. It's that's playing too big of a part still. You know,
Yeah.
and if you're in one of these little indie distribution deals where your thing's just going through Merlin or whatever, you don't know. I mean, where's your negotiating power? Like, you just take what you're given. You know?
Oh my God, it definitely felt like that. Like when I was working in the independent sector in that way, like all of those deals were done. You know, like there's obviously different deals that are had by different platforms with different labels. And that's why the major label bosses, when they were in the inquiry, were so kind of like cards close to their chest because they're in competition with each other as well. Like that was just so obvious. It was like, I don't want to tell you, but I also don't want these to know that I'm in the room with either. And then it felt like, so each major would do a deal with a platform, and then the whole of the independent sector represented by Merlin then would go in and do the same and just be like, yeah, and it felt like picking up the crumbs. Like it's,
well, I you know, and it's the same with performing rights and stuff like that. It's like the big labels go and do the big direct deals on their publishing, and the performing right comes and gets the crumbs of what's left over. We don't know how much money was originally on the table.
Yeah, exactly.
Because we just get whatever's left at the end. It's like, well, what can you afford? You know, it's like, which shouldn't be right, because we ought to be able to literally go in and demand for whatever we want. But because this is a curious thing, because PRS is a natural monopoly, because we're mandated by law with the exclusive right, it means we're not allowed to name our price. Because we'd be in breach of competition law, right? So people say, well, why? It's like, it's crazy. It's totally counterintuitive. You got these big companies who are allowed to do what the hell they like and act like an oligopoly, right? Because they are, you know, because they don't have monopolies, even though they have monopolies technically because if you've got more than 20% of market share, you're a monopoly, right? But they're allowed to do what they like. And us, who literally have the entire catalogue of all songs ever written, can't say, nah, you can't have our music. Sorry.
It's absolutely mad. So we've got a few minutes left. What I wanted to ask you is, obviously a lot of this is kind of talking about things within a record label structure. So if we're looking at an independent artist, as you say, who's going for a distributor like Ditto or TuneCore or whatever, and it's just putting their music on platforms, they're trying to get to grips with how they want their career to look, like what they need, who they want to work with and stuff like that. What would you say are the biggest things that they need to kind of like make sure that they're knowledgeable on, make sure that they're, you know, looking at in a wider detail than just kind of going, I like this label because they put that album out? Like, what would you give them advice on, like what to be aware of?
Well, I mean, like I said, I think it's really important to know your rights. Like, so really understand the different rights and it's only important to know what the different rights are, because the different rights are your different income streams, right? Mm-hmm. So you need to know what they are, because those rights are what produce your royalties. So you need to know what they are. So be fully abreast of that. You've got to, and when you're going into these situations, you know, most of the time you've got to be thinking about how you're going to get other income to get moving, right? So it's always like, well, I'm going to need money to do things. So I, you know, finding out how quickly these organizations pay, finding out how transparently they pay, that's really, really key. Speaking to other people who work on them already, just going and asking people. Use your community, like really, that's super important. A lot of people don't do that, which is always weird. Artists not talking to each other, it's mental. Like, you're kidding me? Like you find out 3 years later that somebody else got ripped off by the same people, and you're like, wait, why didn't I know that? Anyway, that kind of stuff does my head in. So I think it's really important to, I think, you know, what's really funny is most of the young people I meet are incredibly like savvy about how to promote themselves and how to self-market and how to do all of that stuff, but haven't really thought about how to turn that into a self-generating machine so that it can be self-sustaining. And I think that's really, it's really hard to kind of give better advice than that. But like, obviously every deal you do is going to be good or bad, and getting as much intelligence as you possibly can about how good or bad that is going to be before you enter into it is never going to be the worst thing you did, right?
Yeah.
And
yeah.
so I hate to say do your homework, but like, who wants to be told to do their own work? But really, that is the best advice.
Awesome. Yeah, I totally agree. I think that people are scared to like share information with one another, and in actual fact, you can still be in healthy competition with bands, and like still build a community around yourself of people that are sharing information, sharing experiences, and like, sharing knowledge in different areas. But yeah, I totally agree with those as well. Oh, thank you so much, Tom. Like, I
pleasure.
massively appreciate it. Like,
it's been lovely. See you too. Yeah. I hope
cool.
I hope you have a great day today, and wish everybody well.
Thanks.
And
so
I hope
much.
I hope those toddlers haven't like wrecked the place as well.
Oh, they massively will have done. They hugely will. They wreck the place more than if we have like a massive party the night before. It's amazing. It's carnage, absolute carnage. And our best ticket seller. So who knew Future Odds core audience was 3 to 8-year-olds?
Wiggles all day long.
Oh, well, and Tom, thank you so much. Right, I'm going to take a quick 10-minute break before we get Kerry in. So we'll say bye to Tom, and I'm going to pause the screen for a bit. Thanks, Tom. See you later.
Bye.
Hi everyone. Next up, we've got Kerry Dixon from Red Light Management. She is the head of UK streaming partnerships and is also an artist manager as well. I've known Kerry for a very long time. We've been friends for a good while, and first met her when she was working across the major labels. We've both taken weird and wonderful routes through our careers, and I can't think of a better person to kind of talk to about how streaming works when you're releasing music, how that kind of fits in with release strategy and stuff. We've just spoke to Tom about the issues around streaming, but it's still such a wonderful tool to have, and it's still a really, really great marketing tool as well. As much as there's a lot of work being done on the payment model, it's a fantastic asset to have, and there's plenty of opportunities with the streaming platforms too. So I'm going to bring Kerry in. Hi, Kerry.
Hi. Hello.
I'm going to put your slides in as well.
Amazing. This is great. Can you present it for me as well?
No. I'll give it a crack, like, but no.
I'm sure you can fly through it, to be honest. I'm sure you can fly through it. Can you hear and see me okay, or do I need to do anything?
No, you're absolutely fine. All good.
Amazing. Okay. So, I mean, thanks for having me, Kath. Yeah, known you for, 10 years, something like that. And I think you were one of the first people I spoke to when you were here in Dublin about going into management and kind of, helping me go through the motions, which seems like such a long time ago now in comparison to where I am. So, weird and wonderful journey is right. So far doing things that we love, so I think that's really important. I've put this together, this kind of streaming 101. I think there's probably going to be stuff in here that people are fully aware of already. Some bits they might not be, but I thought if I just kind of run through this 101 deck, then maybe afterwards, if anyone's got any specific questions, we can take it to the audience. So I'm happy to just kick off and run through this if you are.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, go do that, and then we can have a chat about.
Okay, sick. So I can do the slides from here, right? Perfect. So with these kinds of things. Sorry, I'm also, by the way, just precursor, just on the other side of COVID. So my chest is quite...
Oh, no.
Yeah, so I might have to take a sip of water every now and again.
Go for it.
So I speak a lot about this kind of stuff. I've been working in streaming now since the very, very early days. 5 years ago, even when we started the Universal streaming department for the UK, it was like the first in the world, and people were still really against putting things on streaming. I think it's just massively about education and about working with the partners a lot of the time. So yeah, I've been talking about and working within the streaming landscape for a number of years now. So what I always like to precede these kind of things with is that when it comes to streaming, digital and promotion, that there's no paint by numbers, one size fits all strategy to it. Like, I'm not going to come here now and tell you how to get on playlists and how to get 100,000 streams in a week. You have to work all areas of a campaign, and streaming is just one part of the puzzle, just in the same sense as radio or press. So there are people even at these streaming services watching what you're doing elsewhere. So on socials with your video content, what's going on in press, radio, live, it's all a build. So you never know at what point fans are going to come into your streaming world. So you kind of got to make sure that everything is on point. I like to often tell a story which I found really interesting when it happened to me in a Starbucks. The coffee places are available, but
it's okay. We're not sponsored by anyone. We're fine.
I should be at this stage. I'm telling you, like, literally. So I was in Starbucks, I was in the queue, they had music playing, I was listening to the music, I heard a song, literally didn't know what it was, never heard it before. I was like, oh my God, this is a banger. Shazammed it, went home, looked into the artist on Spotify, whatever, added them to my playlist, repeat stream, found out that they were playing a live show, bought tickets to the live show. Like, this is literally just from standing in a queue at Starbucks. So, you know, it can be everyone's journey is different into finding who you are as an artist online. And that could be through so many different routes nowadays that I think it's just really important to make sure everything is kind of covered. So the next, so numbers. So just to kind of put things, I suppose, into perspective, based on kind of the newest numbers that I'm aware of, there are about 60,000 songs being uploaded to DSPs every day. DSPs, by the way, is digital sales partners. So that could be anything from iTunes, Amazon downloads to Spotify to Apple to Deezer to whatever it might be. It's kind of anything in the digital commercial space. So there are 60,000 songs being uploaded every day, so 22 million per year. And so, you know, in the grand scheme of things, if you know you don't necessarily get onto the New Music Friday straight away, or the, you know, whatever it is straight away, like, don't worry about it, it's fine. You've got your music out there, you're proud of it. It's a huge world to kind of infiltrate. So I think a lot of the time you do need to step back and remember those numbers. I think there's a study that showed, like, even of those 22 million tracks, like, only like 2 million were through major labels. So, you know, there's an awful lot of opportunities now for DIY uploads and artists to do everything themselves, and there's a lot of you doing it, which is great, but, you know, perspective. So you know, here again, Spotify I think now has 365 million users. You know, Apple Music coming up on the outside 78, Amazon as well. Like, there's a lot out there. And I think it's also worth noting that is the amount of people that you have the potential to reach. You know, so it's not just Spotify, it's not just Apple Music. Every service is predominantly the same, but a lot of them do have different audiences and different functionalities, and it's all kind of around how you use them. So, you know, 521 million people that are streaming music worldwide, and that is you can potentially reach every single one of those people. So just make sure you're kind of across all of them. I think just want to talk a little bit about services, because it may seem really obvious, and we all know that Spotify is kind of the market leader, but there are millions of users globally on various different services. And I think it's an important thing to say that you should try and nurture all of those. So if you're updating your profile on Spotify, make sure you're also doing it on Apple and Amazon and YouTube, you know, just to really, really get some continuity and to make sure that you're catering for everyone on each of those services. Whereas you might use Spotify, but your biggest super fan might use Deezer. Like, you just never know. So I think it's really important just to, like, make sure that you're nurturing all of those. So, you know, again, even though Spotify is the market leader, Deezer is the market leader in France and South America. So, you know, why not direct some love there as well? And these services are all offering different kind of services, different opportunities, you know, while the core of it is all the same. You know, there's definitely things you can tap into depending on what kind of artist you are. So I suppose just make sure you're familiar with all services, because you never know what you might discover, or you might suddenly realize that you have this whole group of fans somewhere that you never knew about, because you kind of just focused everything in on Spotify all the time. So, you know, again, it's a little bit of housekeeping. It's a little bit, you know, there's a bit more detail within that, and it takes a bit of time, but it's worth it, because you just never know where you might suddenly shine. And then, as I said before, like that can then put itself into each person's journey very, very differently. So yeah, just make sure that there is focus being put on all services, I suppose. Really quickly, just on distribution, I don't know if Tom, he probably did go through a lot of this in terms.
No, we talked more about the Broken Records campaign. So
right. Okay, cool. I mean, I caught a little bit of the end there about him saying in terms of like who you run through, just to make sure you know what their offerings are, how they report, all that kind of stuff. And I think that's 100% something that I'd like to echo. You know, music distribution is the link between your finished record and your future fans. So it's the most direct route to the ears of fans. So traditionally, obviously, distributors got records into stores, and then labels got people to buy them through promotions, etc. And then along the way, each of these middlemen took a percentage of the revenue. So this system, it still exists today to some extent, but it gets your ears into as many ears as possible. And the goal of digital distribution, obviously, is to get your music on iTunes, Apple, Spotify, you know, Deezer, all the streaming platforms, and digital music stores. So these are just a few of the options out there. I probably missed a ton. This was just off the top of my head. And they're all very different, I suppose, in terms of like what level you're at as an artist. So the CD Babies, the Distro Kids, the TuneCore, ditto. They're all very much just distribution, one-off fee, maybe for the year, in exchange for getting your music on these platforms. It's very much like there's no kind of human interaction. There's not any services past delivery. You know, so it's just, if you've got that kind of first release and you just want to get it out there and start the build and start building your audience, like they're brilliant for doing that. And, you know, most artists that I know started on DistroKid or CD Baby or wherever. So it's definitely one for the kind of early adopters. And then if you go, obviously, then to the AWOLs and the Orchards and the ADAs and the Believes, they're very much more based around a kind of hybrid of distribution and label services, with the very, very top tier now pretty much being a label, where they do artist deals in the same way that the majors or the, you know, indies or whatever would. So it's always nice to kind of get in at the bottom tier of those services, just to be kind of on their radar. That it puts you in front of their A&R teams. You know, they're very good at helping you build through the tiers. So, you know, the bottom tier is very much delivery. Then you've got kind of a middle tier, which is, you know, then you might get yourself a label manager who will help pitch tracks to DSPs and whoever. Might give you a little bit of help with strategy and creative, etc., depending on what it is that you need. And then going up from there, then they potentially start talking to you about budget and giving you a bit of budget for marketing, all the way up to kind of the top tier. So it's a really great way, and it's only kind of come into play the last couple of years, of kind of building through up to a label standard. And you know, there's different entry points into these services, but they're all online. If you just go to websites, it will explain everything. But there's just such a lot of options out there now, and you know,
I think it's only increasing as well. Like I'm discovering new distributors like all the time, and I think it kind of like is a testament to how many different ways there are to release music and how many different types of artists there are and different audiences, that there's more and more kind of like of these tech companies that are being set up with different kind of outcomes in mind, which I find kind of really interesting, and particularly like genre specific as well, with like Beatport and stuff like that as well. And
absolutely. Like, you know, you've got your Beatports if you're more of the electronic persuasion or what, you know, and that, you know, you're totally right. I think someone asked me the other day, like, we're about to put out a new record, you know, we've been going now for 2 years, like we've built a bit of an audience, like, should we change a distributor? Like, we're currently using DistroKid, and I, you know, I was like, unless I kind of sit down with you and run through exactly what it is that you're trying to do, I can't really recommend anyone, because there's so many out there.
Yeah.
And it's kind of just based a lot on what it is you want to get from it. So, you know, in the same respect, what I would say is a lot of these very, very, the smaller, just straight distribution guys don't report as often.
Yeah.
And that was always something that kind of bothered me. And, you know, they would always come back with, oh, well, we don't get reported to by the DSPs, so we can't put that on to you. It's changed a lot in recent months, but like I would always prefer to go with a distributor with a really, really good back-end system for artists, that you can go in and you can see your revenue, you can see where it's coming from, you get your kind of your monthly reporting, you know, just that a little bit more transparency, you know.
I like good customer service as well. I think when I'm trying to find a service to use, no matter what it is, I will go on Twitter and I will see what their mentions are. So particularly, you know, because there is so many distributors that kind of do the same thing at that level, where you've got your DistroKids and your TuneCore and stuff like that. I think sometimes what sets someone aside is how they deal with issues. And if you can see that the distributor that you're looking at has just got a flood of acts with issues and it's saying no one's replying to me, no one's responding to me, that for me is a decision maker. And you're just like, no, I'm not going to use them, because like loads of them do the same job, don't they? They've got different kind of ways of like payment and different like subscriptions and stuff, but ultimately they're taking a piece of music and they're putting it on all of the services. So like that for me is the decider, is it's always customer service. Because I know even me having released, you know, just as an artist manager alone, I've done over like 20 releases. There's still stuff that I cock up on. There's still stuff that I'll overlook, or I won't put the right code in, or like I'll credit somebody wrong or something. And I want to know that if I put that little mistake in, that I can rectify it really, really easily. And that for me is like a huge decider when I'm deciding who to distribute by. And I do change my mind and I do go with other people and see what else is out there. But ultimately, I want something that's safe, that feels a bit idiot proof, because I'm still an idiot. Like, you know, like, and we all are.
Oh, mate, we all are. Like, trust me, like, you know, we're all human. So any kind of human input of data, you know, you might be tired, you might be, I don't know, whatever. Like,
or excited, or just excited to be putting a piece of new music out there and go, oh, I'm just going to do this straight away.
Absolutely. And do you know what? You're so right with that, because like I always, when people ask me, go straight to AWOL, right? I'm putting it out there because my experience with them has just been so flawless, and they have helped me so much, and the people there have been so on it. I don't know if other people have had different experiences, which they may have done, but for me personally, how I've worked with them, like every time they're my first port of call. So, you know, it depends again who you speak to and what experiences they've had. You know, some people might say they've had horrific experience with A1 and would never use them again.
Yeah.
So, you know, just, you got to just try shit. And I didn't even ask if we were allowed to swear. I've done quite well up to this point, but
Oh, it's fine.
yeah, I think just kind of, again, I think everyone said this previous to me, like, just do a bit of research.
Yeah.
You know? So I mean, distribution, like so let's go to another kind of part. Distribution is, none of this is very sexy, by the way. And if you wanted to get into this side of music for, you know, the bougie life, it's not going to happen. It's all data and analytics. No, it's not. It's just a really important part of it. I think once your music is delivered to platforms, look, you don't have to be like this fully fledged analyst, right? Because I mean, I'm definitely not. I know most people in music are not. But data has never been more accessible to artists. Spotify, Apple, Amazon, Deezer, YouTube all have artist apps now that you can go into and learn from. And they make it really, really, really easy. Like, let's say Idiot Proof, to see just like your top line stats. You know, even if you just went in at a glance and were like, oh, okay, cool. Like, you know, that's kind of where we're at right now.
Yeah.
And they make it pretty easy, and they're making it easier. So I think just, you know, make sure you sign up to every single one and just start learning who your audience is. You know, it's really handy when you're looking at release strategies, like to even routing a tour. You know, you can go into Spotify for artists and you're like, where's my top 10 cities? Right, let's do those first. You know, it's, which you never would have got before this kind of age of back-end analytics, where you can actually see where real people are listening. And, you know, again, data shouldn't dictate your entire release, you know, because it's still about the music, it's still about the creative and who you are and as an authentic artist. But data also doesn't lie. So you can kind of marry the two. And create something really special for fans. So I would suggest kind of like really looking into each of these kind of artist services that a lot of the platforms have now, and just get used to using them. Chartmetric is there at the bottom, which is pretty standard across the industry now. Like, I use it. I know a lot of kind of my peers use it. You can pay, I think it's about 100 quid a month for like a really top tier, in-depth kind of service, or you can kind of use like the free tier, but it gives you a lot of kind of like global radio data, socials, TV syncs, TikTok, kind of all in one place. So that's almost worth having a little dive into if your brain capacity can hold all of them and Chartmetric at the same time.
It's super handy though, you know, like, I mean, I'm sure you've had it with campaigns that you've worked on, where you can see spikes, but you're not necessarily knowing where they're coming from. Like, you've got like, all of a sudden, your Spotify numbers in a certain country have just gone, or your listeners have gone up like kind of quite significantly in a certain country, and you can't evidence it, or you can't work out where it comes from. Having Chartmetric, I always find, just kind of sometimes just fills in a few gaps of like
100%. Yeah, like, because if you see a spike in something, you're like, oh my god, what was that? How do we do it again? Like 1,000 times over everywhere. And like it is that thing where sometimes like some random Dutch radio station may have just like playlisted a record and it's flying, and then you're like, oh shit, okay, brilliant, like let's put a little bit of spend behind some marketing there. Like it all kind of maps and connects. And you know, again, you don't have to be a fully fledged analyst. You just have to kind of be able to connect those dots.
Yeah, and like, see if there is like, say for example, I mean, that's happened to me certainly, where it's just like some random independent radio station in a different country has picked up on a track. You don't really know how. That doesn't matter. But then you can also see what surrounds that radio station, can't you? It's just like, right, okay, that radio station is coming out of that country, that city in that country.
Yeah.
What other opportunities are there around it? Are there websites that I can kind of send some more information to get a profile and stuff like that? It's I think you're dead right. I don't think you do need to kind of like be totally analytical with it, because it is kind of top line data, isn't it? It's just like looking at Spotify for artists and going, oh, Amsterdam, like, you know, like what's going on there? And it's definitely.
Let's jump over there. Let's do some radio promo. You know, it just, you know, let's do a small show. It's just kind of
like, or is there a showcase festival that's, you know, that it might be a good time to approach them, or like, I think it's like not something you get bogged down with, is it? Analytics. I used to get dead obsessed with it. I used to love spreadsheets to like an unhealthy extent, and I'd always been comparing data of artists that I was working with other artists and stuff like that, and it was just time consuming, and it didn't do me any good other than like what now we've got all of this available to us. It's just like check in once a week and just have a glance and see how stuff's going on and how stuff's moving.
I think that's a really important point, actually, is don't like take notice of it, but don't become completely obsessed by it. Like, I remember when Spotify brought in the kind of like the first week of release, like literally the stream counter.
Oh my God. I'm still obsessed with that though. Like week of release. Yeah.
Literally, like if you're a manager or the artist, you are like, you're glued to your phone just watching the stream counts coming in. And Spotify were really clever with that, because they were like, right, let's get people really obsessed with this app.
Let's make it live
constantly, and it worked, you know. Apple have done a really cool thing now as well. It's called Milestones, where within their app they actually create social assets for you.
Oh, I didn't know that they'd started doing that.
Yeah, it's amazing. It's in the app. I don't know if it's not on desktop. But if you go in your Apple Music for artists and you scroll down, it's got a section called Milestones, and it will show you basically like your 2 or 3 big milestones, say that be an addition to a playlist, a certain amount of Shazams in a territory, a certain whatever it might be, and then they create a cool little like story asset or an Instagram asset for you to share. And that's them saying, you know, we're going to celebrate your wins with you, and we want you to share them and bring people into our app and to our service. So, you know, everyone's trying to kind of create these now.
Apple for Artists, like they've been launching a new kind of way of doing this for quite a while, haven't they? Like, and haven't quite done it yet. Is that right?
I mean, I think the Milestones thing is still in beta.
So they are moving forward with it then, obviously. If they've got those new initiatives, it might be just for people to keep an eye on those changes to Apple for Artists.
Yeah, I mean,
just to kind of see how that develops, because I know that they've been talking about having more like transparency and more opportunities for artists that are, you know, wanting to push their platform.
Yeah, basically. I mean, obviously they still don't have a pitching tool. Amazon Music now has a pitching tool, everyone. So get on your Amazon Music for Artists. We did a bit of a business update with Amazon the other week, and they are putting a lot of focus on their artist app as well. Cool. They're bringing in a lot of cool things over the next year. They're putting a lot of focus, I'd say, on the pitching tools. So make sure, again, like, it's just something to cover. It's really easy to do it along with your Spotify for Artists pitch. And that will go to all of your editors globally. So it's a no-brainer. Apple, I think, still want to kind of hold that back a little bit. You know, everyone's kind of learning as they go and trying to have their own USP, and Apple has many great other things that they're doing that, you know, other services might not be. So again, just be aware of them all and just be across them all, and you know, just keep yourself updated, like you say, with any changes. Like, subscribe to Music Ally or Music Business Worldwide, who put out daily you know, bulletins or daily kind of just like little bursts. You know, Spotify have just done this and Apple have just done this, and it just keeps you abreast of like what's going on. Every day I learn something new. Like I'm asking questions all the time. Like what the hell is that? Like where did that come from?
Yeah. I'm subscribed to all of those, and with the best will in the world, I don't always have time to dig into it, but you kind of know from the headlines whether it's something that's relevant, so you can gloss over it, like massively, and then just you'll see if there's something relevant to like what you want to know and what you want to do.
You can normally just tell by like a subject title,
totally,
whether you want to go in or not. Do you know what I mean? So, and everything's kind of out there on, you know, Google or whatever, if you want to search for something specific. Like it's nothing's really a secret anymore.
No.
The internet exists. So so I know that there'll be a lot of people wanting to know kind of the story around playlisting and how you get onto playlists and etc. So I think bearing in mind when being realistic about playlists, again, just going back to the amount of music that editors have to listen to is so vast. And while it's so great to get support, it's not the end of the world if it takes a little bit longer. So just make sure you're catering to your audience. Post links absolutely everywhere. Like I can't even stress this enough. Like the amount of times that I have discovered an artist and then tried to find their music and couldn't anywhere because there was no links, and then I just gave up. So I think, you know, everywhere that is available for you to shout about your music, like do it, you know, and that's across the entire board. So I think, just make it really easy for people. So playlisting, there's a few kind of bits here with playlisting. So research, again, sounds obvious, but I think if you just find out on each service where your audience is, check out the genre playlists, the mood playlists, see what else people are listening to in the same space as you, you know, just so that you can kind of be across all the breadth of the whole entire platform, whichever that might be. I think it's just really good to know, you know, what playlists are doing what, like how many streams you're getting from. Like it's way better for you to get an addition to a playlist with less followers, but they're way more engaged than a playlist that has like 3 million followers, but it's very, very what they call lean back, where people will just press play. They don't give a shit who you are or what the song is. They're just doing the ironing or the whatever. And, you know, they're not going to save your track to their playlist. They're not going to repeat stream. So, you know, it's just about kind of figuring out again, like where people are listening and how they're listening. Editors, obviously, yes, there are editors that curate certain playlists, but not all of them. We'll get on to algorithmic playlists in a little bit, but these editors, you know, they're there to do their jobs. They're in those jobs for a reason. Again, as I said, like they are looking at absolutely everything. So I think, you know, when it comes to things like the pitching tool, you know, don't put in the Spotify pitching tool, I'm in these playlists, because they know, because they win that.
Don't use it for that. Don't use it to waste time.
No, what they want to know, here's what editors want to know. They want to know, who did you write the song with? What made you write the song? What are the lyrics about? What's a cool little fact that about the track that no one else knows? Like, you know, maybe put in some really cool little bits of press that you may have got, like, oh, I got play on Radio 1. Like, those are the kind of bits that editors want to know that make it way more personable, because they want to know the story around the music. They have the data, they have the playlisting, they can see everything. So, you know, if you're going to go into your pitching tool on Spotify and just be like, I've got 300,000 monthly listeners and I'm in these playlists, the editors are just gonna be like, well, I know that's boring. So,
yeah, it's a waste of space, isn't it? Because you get very limited characters.
You only get like 500 words. So imagine that you were literally sitting in front of the editor and you were like, nah, I wrote this with this incredible prolific songwriter. We were in Sweden one day just having a coffee and then we just wrote this track and then we used this sample that you might not notice or blah, blah. I don't know. You know, it's way more engaging for editors to read that kind of stuff. Than anything else. So one of the little thing that sometimes I might put in my pitch is marketing spend, if there is any, just so that they can see that you're kind of where you're pushing your digital marketing and how. But that's kind of like a little bit more of an advanced pitch, I suppose, in that sense. But it sometimes helps. Algorithmic playlists are probably, I would say, the most important. And I've spoken to Spotify a few times, and they will often look first at your repeat streams and people who are playing your music from discovery playlists than their own editorial. Because those are kind of like the real fans. They're the fans that are following your page. They're the fans that are being delivered your music because they want it. So pitching 2 weeks ahead, standard, like just make sure that you have the chance to get in every single one of those discovery playlists for your fans, because that's just like the core of kind of where your streams are going to come from.
Yeah.
Everything else is kind of extra, and it's just so easy to do, which again is another really important point as to why you should try and get people to follow your pages wherever you can, because or subscribe to your YouTube channel, because those are the people that are going to be the first to be notified when something new comes out, and that's just so easy to do. You have control over that.
Can I ask you a question on that?
Yeah.
Pre-saves. Yeah. Do you think it's worth doing pre-save campaigns? Because obviously, like, a pre-save campaign isn't something that Spotify have created or Apple have created. It's an additional layer, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, I remember the first time, I think it was Universal. No, it wasn't. It was an independent label like Domino or someone who did that first, and everyone was like, oh my God, this is basically a pre-order. This is amazing.
Yeah.
But what you need to remember is streaming is access over ownership.
Mm-hmm.
So streaming is very much like, I want to listen / watch something now straight away.
Yeah.
So if you can't do that on a streaming service, like, people don't really necessarily always engage with that.
Yeah.
But what it does do is it definitely, if someone's a super fan, they will do it if you ask them to.
Yeah.
What it does do is it kind of like, it shows you who your really, really core fan base is and how many of them there are. I think it's a good thing. It's not going to change the dial, and it's not by any means going to forecast a week one, your week one streams. Mm-hmm. It's not. Yeah. Apple have now started doing a pre-ad promotion for albums, where they kind of put pre-ads on a front page shelf, which you can pitch for.
Yeah.
But other than that, I don't think I've ever seen Spotify necessarily engage with pre-saves.
No, I've always seen it as a nice engagement tool, like a thing to do in the lead up to a release. But I just wonder whether artists think it's going to have some great impact on their streaming, and I've never seen any like evidence that it does, and it's not something that I've really done. Like with campaigns that I've run myself. On the last single that I released, I did a follow competition for Spotify through show.co.
Yeah.
Who like have like a month a 3-month kind of, you know, like trial. Did it through that just because I thought, well, maybe the benefit is more just followers. And if there's more people following, then they're more likely to get the kind of like that email that you get that says somebody that your following is releasing music.
Yeah.
I just don't know.
100%.
Don't know who would engage with a pre-save. Like if you're already a super fan of a band, you're already waiting for midnight when the songs go on the platforms. So is a pre-save just kind of like sit in a song somewhere that it might not ever get listened to? Whereas like I just think like, you know,
I remember when they first kind of became a thing. I remember kind of just saying to everyone all the time, like, they're not worth it, don't bother, there's no point. And then I kind of started to realize, well, it actually doesn't hurt either.
Doesn't hurt. You know, I think it's nice for engagement. And if it doesn't have a detrimental effect on Spotify or Apple, then obviously.
I mean, a follow is way more valuable, as you say. And those kind of like follow to unlock, I presume that's what we did, like a follow to unlock. We did
it for a merch bundle. I think I saw who did I see do it, and I thought it was really kind of out of character for a band like that. It was Raw, who we had playing at Future.
REDLIGHT.
Super cool bands, like really, really ace, really cool. And like they were doing, you know, like a followers on Spotify in the lead up to release for some merch. And I like the way that like the page was like branded and stuff like that. And it felt like it was still in keeping with the style of the band and the way that they were doing it. And I was more intrigued by that than the pre-save. And I was like, oh, that's boss.
Totally. Because it's more personable. It's, you know, you're going to get something out of it, because you know, the other thing as well with a pre-save, it's like, what do I actually get out of it? Because I don't really get anything.
And I think that's a grey area for new artists. I think new artists think that there is like a big win to be had by doing a pre-save campaign, and I don't think there is. And I think that just needs to be cleared up a little bit. Is that this isn't going to push you into places that you've not been before. This is just an engagement tool.
Yeah, it's something as well, I think, as a very, very kind of like, if you're a very early development artist, it's not going to push any dials. It's not going to really do anything.
No, but it's a nice thing just to do in the lead up to a release, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, look, as I said, it doesn't hurt to have a link there.
and most distributors are supplying them now as well. It's taken ages, hasn't it? But like, I'm with a really, really small distributor for one of my artists, like a little boutique one in New York. And it comes as standard, and it was just like that was never a thing.
But these things will over time like evolve, and you know, the platforms as they are now are like a million miles away from, you know, their early kind of stages. And even saying that now, I feel like they're still very much in their infancy.
Oh, I totally agree. Yeah.
There's in the next 10, 20 years, whatever, like we're going to see even look back to how they are now and be like, oh my God, do you remember pre-saves? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just about, again, just knowing who your audience is and catering for them. And if that's a pre-save, or if it's a follow to unlock, or if it's a let's give them all a sticker with a code, I don't know, like you know, there's so many different things out there, and there's so many new technologies as well being built around streaming, so just keep your eye out as to what's happening. But I think pre-saves, I think, just became this blanket, like everyone was like, oh my God, we have to do a pre-save because everyone else is doing a pre-save. We're missing a trick. And it's
I think that goes back to something that Tom was saying as well about like building a community of artists around yourself. If you're an independent artist, of people doing different things and trying different things out and sharing. Like, so like, rather than looking at going, everyone does a pre-save, so let's do a pre-save. Like, speak to like your mates and other artists about interesting ways that they've used a pre-save, like in the lead up to it, rather than just, I've got one, so I'm going to use it.
And also just like, I don't know, I'm forever just looking at artists, bands, whatever, that I'm a massive fan of, right? And I look at everything they do. I mean, that's me as a manager and a marketeer, right? But like, even as an artist, look at the artists that you follow, and how do you engage with them, and what do you like to see?
Yeah.
You know, as a fan.
And what will you do and what will you not do as a fan? Because ultimately you're expecting people that like your music to do the same. Like what lengths do you go to?
Yeah. Absolutely, 100%. You know, it's again, it's these kind of things that sound, you can't get too carried away with, you know, what everyone else is doing or what you think you should be doing. Like, just bring it back in to who you are, personable, authentic. You know, utilize the tools that are around you, but like in a way that is advantageous to you and your campaign. It's just it sounds really simple, but I mean, I get carried away, don't get me wrong, you know, but it's just worth noting. So I think so payola, okay, don't pay anyone to pitch playlists. That's it. Underline it, capital letters. Editorial teams don't take any notice. In fact, they advise all the time not to pay anyone to pitch for playlists. So payola, by the way, is basically that. It's paying to get into playlists. It's not a thing. It doesn't happen. Editors don't get plugged to by these people. Save your money, spend it on a new video or digital marketing or whatever. Don't pay to pitch for a playlist.
I think everybody's probably had an email, haven't they?
Yeah,
I even copy and paste. I get them all the time saying, "I found your music on SoundCloud." I'm like, nice one. And don't feel like somebody's plucked you out because you've had one of those emails. Like, don't give money to anyone.
Delete it. Like, don't even look at it. It's, you know, they're a lot of the time they're scams. So you know, if there's ever kind of like a little bit inside you where you're like, I'm not sure if this is legit, it's probably not.
Does it feel copied and pasted is my go-to.
Totally. Deliver early, does what it says on the tin. Like the sweet spot, I think, for pitching is around 2 weeks up front. So make sure you've delivered final audio via your distributor. I'd say at least 4 weeks ahead if you can. And then just share everywhere, like all of your bios, your about sections, newsletters, social media. Like, there is now like your community tab on YouTube. There is your links out from your YouTube header that you can send people to. There's so many places that you can just throw links up. What I tend to do on a new release is I have a list of every channel, I suppose, online. So, you know, Genius, SoundCloud, Bandcamp, Bands in Town, Songkick, you know, everything that's online that you have a channel on, just go through the list and just update them all. It takes a little bit of time, but it's as I said, it's worth it.
Yeah, anywhere where you can have a profile picture or a banner or anything like that.
Absolutely.
I always have a checklist for each release where I just kind of go through every single one and when it needs to be done.
Exactly that. And it's so useful to have that checklist because, again, like, you just don't know where someone might discover you. And, you know, that's where the spark is, and that's what kicks off. You hear it so many times about artists who have broken from, like, I don't know, this one tiny European TV show or this, you know, this one video that they've put up on YouTube, or this, you know, you just never know. And I think it's really just important to make sure that you're everywhere.
One of the things that you said earlier about like updating your profiles on the streaming platforms and stuff. Obviously there's certain platforms that the artist can't do directly, and you need to find out whether the distributor will do it. So I had that with Tidal, where like I had an artist who was distributing for a certain distributor, and then we changed, and then one of their fans basically said, "You don't have a profile on Tidal, you just got your music, there's no information." And I emailed the distributor and sent all of the stuff over, and it got updated in a couple of days. And I think don't assume that all of the stuff that you can't do yourself that no one can do, or that there isn't an opportunity. Like,
Absolutely.
Find out from your distributor what they need.
Like anywhere where your music is being delivered, like you want to be represented on that platform, and you should, and you have every right to be represented on that platform. I think Tidal at the moment is pretty much the only one who does. Deezer actually does. Deezer has backstage where you can update your profile picture and have like a tagline and whatever. You can't do playlists in there yet, but you know, I think anywhere that you can and you're able, like you say, like just like get on it. But anything that you notice, there's as you say, there's always someone that can sort that out for you. But even if it takes a couple of days or a week or whatever, like just start that ball rolling. Definitely. So this is the last. This is the last slide. Yeah, it's the last slide. Don't worry, guys, we're nearly there. So then I suppose the last kind of rung on the ladder, kind of as we've gone through a release, is promotion. So once everything is kind of set up, delivered, you've got your links and your players and all that kind of stuff, of all your online platforms, just add them to websites. You can do Spotify codes physically, which is really cool. Like even one of my artists was just on the road there the other week, and the day before they went out, we just printed a load of flyers with a Spotify code on it that linked people to their complete playlist, which has actually grown them like a substantial amount of new followers. Just people in the venues like scanning the flyer and going to their Spotify profile. So I think just like add those links and embed those players across all of your online platforms. So your distributor will only be as good as your own marketing plans to sell the record. So don't expect your distributor to do that work for you. You have to take their tools and make them your own. CTAs, they're a call to action. So make sure there is some kind of call to action with anything that you post. And then make sure that there's kind of a realistic budget. If you have any budget, I know that I've worked so many artists, even at major record labels, with zero budget. And you have to just get creative. And there's so much out there that you can use for free, that I think even if you have no budget, there's loads that you can do. Distribution companies tend to focus their promotional efforts more on kind of their top selling artists. So do your own thing. I always say that social media is the only thing that you have full and total control over. So, utilize that to the best of your ability. Like that is all you. Like you can put anything you want out there. So kind of create a bit of a social media presence, create a buzz about the release before it drops with sneak previews of, I don't know, jam sessions or live in the studio, live stream it, post 30-second previews of your tracks to SoundCloud. Like just get your music to as many ears as possible, and use radio play, blog shows, word of mouth, any other way you can to kind of get your name out there, I suppose. Send emails, make the phone calls. Like there's no hack around it. It is what it is, but it's never been easier to get yourself out there. So again, bios, about sections, get a collaborative playlist going on Spotify with all your fans, put exclusive photos in your about section on Spotify and say to people, there's a couple of photos. We did a thing actually with the vaccines last campaign where we basically said to fans, we've just put the lyrics up to the new track that's coming out next week in the about section on Spotify, and just sent a load of traffic, a load of fans to their Spotify profile. Got them loads of fun. Do you know what I mean? There's like loads of different, canvas videos. I think I did a thing with Hudson Taylor where we basically hid like the track titles to new music in some of their old Canvas videos.
Ah, that's a sweet idea.
Yeah, so like basically it was the lads like holding up the track title as a video, but it was like way down at the bottom of their complete playlist. So people not only that, basically we said if you find it and it's right, we'll give you free tickets to a show.
Yeah.
So fans then were going to the complete playlist and like not only, you know, being part of the competition, but streaming the whole entire catalog. So do you know what I mean? Like there's really kind of like these little ways that you can utilize these platforms. And you know, these platforms aren't just streaming services, like they're a whole 360 marketing tool. And I think they should be utilized in the same way as socials or whatever. So yeah, like I suppose just get creative.
Yeah.
And see what I mean. I'm watching all the time to see what other artists do. And you know, there's so many clever things. So yeah, just keep an eye out, I suppose.
I'm always in awe of artists and bands that have got so many different ways of pushing people towards a single. Because I think like when I used to do PR like many years ago, and there wasn't this scope. There just wasn't this scope at all of like different kind of places to be and like different ways of using things.
Totally.
And it often felt like, you know, an artist would release a single, and if it didn't fly in press or at radio, it was done.
100%.
And I think more and more conversations, and I don't know if it's the same for you, Kerry, but like more and more conversations that I'm having with artists is about the length of a single campaign, or even, you know, just like how much mileage you can get out of one song before you have to kind of go on to the next one.
Absolutely.
And I'm seeing with like some of the campaigns that I've worked recently that radio support has come very late on, like really late on. So how do you get to that point? Like you don't just give up, do you? You kind of have to kind of look at all of these different initiatives, look at how to kind of push people towards your streaming, how to kind of keep talking about stuff on socials. Often for people to take notice. So like never just feel that just because you don't get on New Music Friday or Hot New Bands or like, you know, the playlist that you want to get on, or the fact that you haven't got that kind of like your BBC Introducing Play hasn't gone national yet. Keep thinking about how you're going to keep building that audience and keep entertaining your fans. So having a bit of foresight and thinking before you release, you know, what is in those lyrics? Like what else can you do? What other things can you push people towards?
Totally. I mean, I remember, I think it was a few years back, JP Cooper, that September song, we put it out obviously in September, and then I'm not even joking, it was like 12 months later it blew up.
Yeah,
we'd been working this and we'd even got to the point where we'd exhausted it, and it was like radio aren't playing it, and then all of a sudden it just went wild on streaming, and then all of a sudden it was one of the biggest songs of the year. And you know, we would never have said on releasing that song, okay, right, let's give it 12 months. Like, we wouldn't. So, you know, you just kind of have to, it's such a more reactive environment now than ever. And another thing I'll always say is, if you can go into a new campaign with a load of assets already kind of made up, your remixes, any alternative versions, any kind, you know, and you can start feeding that out and react to how people are consuming your music. It's, you know, there's no paint by numbers.
Yeah,
there isn't. I'll leave on that.
Yes, that's perfect. Oh, thank you so much, Kerry. I miss you loads. And
no,
it's in real life, like really soon. But that was perfect. That was awesome. That was really great.
Okay, I'm glad. I'm so glad. And like, look, there's my handle, and if anyone needs my email address, get onto CATH. Like, I'm really happy to chat and answer any questions or speak to people. Just shout me.
And we'll eventually get you over to Birkenhead.
I will. No, I will. I will be near that very soon, with the girls being in Liverpool. So, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's 5 minutes away, so no excuse.
There you go.
Right.
I'm sure.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to take a half an hour break so I can have some lunch, and then we're going to be joined by crawlers. I don't know how many of crawlers, whether it's just 1, 2, or 4, to talk about the ridiculous rise through the pandemic to ending up with 22 million streams on that latest single, which is just incredible. So they're gonna jump in half an hour. Yeah, massive thanks, Kerry. I'm gonna pause the stream, but see you later, and see you all very, very soon. Hi everyone, I'm absolutely made up to be joined by crawlers this afternoon. I think they're incredible, and to watch them grow like over the last couple of years and to build such a gorgeous audience around them in the way that they have, taken advantage of the things that they've had in front of them during, you know, this crazy time has been fantastic. So she's just having a few difficulties with her mic. Holly looks like she's on the move, finding somewhere to sit. But Holly,
hi.
How are you? You all right? Oh, live as well. Amazing. Multiple crawlers.
Sorry,
yeah. So I want to speak to you about loads, but obviously, you know, I could speak to you for hours about everything that's been going on. Just the kind of like watching everything happen for you over the past couple of years has been incredible, and to get to a stage where what come over is nearly at 22 million streams on Spotify. You've been signed to Polydor by such an amazing team over there, picked up by Interscope, sold out your first UK tour, got announced for America, like festival announcements every day it seems at the moment. But like before the pandemic, like take us back to baby crawlers.
Baby crawlers walking.
Before you could walk, you were definitely crawling. Like many bands, you were doing shows where it was just like, you know, doing what everyone does, where you cut your teeth and play all of the kind of like grassroots venues, playing to the staff, your mates, your families. Like it wasn't that long ago.
Our audience back then.
So what happened? Like, so how did things change? Obviously, like TikTok played a lovely role in everything, and we'll talk more about the kind of TikTok community in a bit. But like, what was going through your heads when you were kind of starting things off? Like, what did you envisage this band, this project being? Like, what were your ambitions for it?
So when we started the band, we all just very much liked music. We all kind of had a very similar taste. We were all into a bit of heavier rock music, and it was very much when Liverpool was very dream pop. It was very indie, it was very dream pop. So we really struggled at that time to get on good lineups in our like home city. But we were just playing any gig that would snatch our hand off. Like we were getting paid literally nothing. Like you know, and doing the classic kind of way of building up, because obviously we had a lot of bands we looked up to in the scene, but none of them were kind of were like aiming for what we wanted, which was overall to kind of create this safe audience, which we wanted our 14-year-old selves to be able to enjoy a concert at, is kind of the vibe I think we always had in our heads. So we carried on with like the live stuff, doing kind of what everyone else was doing, just because it was what was expected from bands at that point. And when the pandemic happened, we were finally building up steam. People actually were coming to our gigs. Steam. And it was getting to a point where we thought we were really onto something. So when the pandemic hit, we were like, gosh, we're gonna have to start all over again now. Like, you know, there she is. Yeah.
Absolute nightmare. My mum's bloody headset. That was a bit stressful. That.
You're here now. Don't worry.
Look at this headset. Really. This is so corporate.
Yeah. You look like you're working in a call center.
I'm also in my mum's office. Is my niece's bedroom to like her grandchild. So that's.
And I was gonna say, it looks like you're in like a pink little.
Yeah, it's my room. The dog's also here.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
So Holly was just saying about like, you know, what you was doing before the pandemic and just like the type of gigs that you're playing, and definitely kind of treading the ground that bands were expected to tread, and just like, you know, playing all of the shows, like getting on like as many bills and stuff like that. And I think it was really interesting what you were saying, Holly, about like that the local scene was very dream pop, and that you were obviously so far removed from that.
You know what I mean?
But I think people get fixated on the local like so much.
And that was the thing. When we first started, we looked up to our scene so much, because obviously I've come from Southport originally. where there is no scene. There is literally nothing. Like if you're a musician, like people are shook because like it doesn't really happen. Whereas the Warrington scene, it's got a great music scene, but it's very small and contained, and there's not particularly like one genre that kind of sticks out. So with Liverpool, we were very much looking up to these artists who were finally getting to do big tours, and wanting to kind of get a piece of the pie. And we were very young and very didn't really get how much work that had to do, especially with how different our sound was to the rest of the scene. So when the pandemic started and the whole world stopped, we kind of had to adapt. And so one thing that we'd noticed was that we already had a lot of viewers in America, listeners from our debut, because Spotify had picked up on their Discover Weekly algorithm playlist, which is just from like one of my Instagrams that used to, like I did makeup on and was quite popular. So I just kept shouting it out on there until we got Spotify kind of picked it up. And from there we were like, okay, we're getting quite a lot of streams considering we've not really got a pad in the local scene. Let's try and really go ham. So we started literally, I was on Paint creating some lyric videos, honest to God. We were creating TikToks all the time. We were constantly songwriting. We would sending each other like Logic projects of songs, constantly making playlists to help our songwriting.
We even like dabbled into, Amy did a couple of episodes of Sims where she'd made
I forgot about that.
We all like reacted to it and like watched the
that was like peak lockdown. That for me was like Banana Bread, Doja Cat, and Sims.
It was a good time for how bleak the situation, but and that's when we kind of went onto TikTok, and I started dabbling with it because I really understood the Instagram algorithm, but I'd never really played around with TikTok before. And I noticed how specific it was as soon as one video I made blew up about Nando's. I used to work at Nando's, so I spilt some secrets about Nando's, and it blew up and just got this audience that is just not going to listen to our music at all. And that's when I was like, okay, they only want to hear about Nando's. They don't really care about our music. Maybe this is a sign. And then for a Lucky Cause event, that account got banned, which was a funny story. But I started a new one with now the intention of realizing how specific the algorithm was and how it's going to deliberately direct towards people who are going to enjoy our content as well as our music. So I made sure to be using sounds that were relevant, trends that were relevant. I started using a lot more text. Every single little hint and tip that TikTok had at the time, I would use, till it got to a point where I'd upload us just being stupid and silly and kind of directed towards the people.
I mean, we still do that.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's not really changed. But one video blew up about me kind of outing some people for misogyny, and then another one did for like us just being in rehearsals, and that's when it started really blowing up. And then we kind of stayed at got a good fan base where we sold out our Liverpool and London shows when lockdown happened from this. And we kind of been building and building and building until Come Over. We'd recorded Come Over, and I had just planned to absolutely ruin our TikTok feed with this song because we were so proud of it. Like, we had worked so hard that it was like on a topic that meant so much to us. And I was like, I'm not going to let this song get ignored. I am going to push it in whatever direction I can. So obviously I did analysing the lyrics. I tried to make it a trend. I tried to be like, hey, we're a new band, come listen to this song. Tried to be like, oh, EP. I did every sort of like shameless promotion.
Yeah, every option that out there.
Yeah.
I took it.
It took a while to go, didn't it? Like it took like a month to kind of.
I was definitely aware of the shift in the language that you were using on TikTok when you had that song Ghost, but you still did it with the same personality and the way that you'd done all of the silly stuff as well.
Yeah,
I think,
exactly.
Like, TikTok for me, like, because I'm like 40 this year, so TikTok for me is definitely something where like I saw somebody on the telly recently like describing it and just going like anything that's like a young trend, I just think is TikTok. And it's just like, it feels like it's this kind of like amazing magical area for like young people to kind of just, you know, find their tribes. And I like did a lot of kind of like spectator work on TikTok during lockdown to kind of see how it happened, and noticed like pretty immediately, just like liking certain things, is that For You page was just full of everything that I wanted to see and everything that I wanted to engage with.
In full, it will come on your feed again. Even if I watch something out of curiosity and I don't actually watch it, my feed will continue to put that in my brain. And at this point, one thing that we had luckily done is we had kind of made connections with a lot of other influencers, because we got like verified on TikTok. We're making like friends with them and enjoying other people's content, because it is building a community is not just like building people who like your music. It's building people who you help them and they help you without even asking, because that's what friendships and like connections in the industry are like kindness goes such a long way.
You're all trying to build your brand and connect to people who will resonate with your content. So, you know, it's all, like you say, helping each other out.
Exactly. And like the biggest one that kind of started the trend of Come Over was a trans guy called Jay from Manchester. He is so lovely. He's also like a musician as well. And he posted our sound, like talking about his transition and how he didn't want to be dead named anymore. And we just went, that is beautiful. And it just started popping off because it was brutal, it was honest, and a lot of people could relate to that.
It was very raw as well, like it was very personal to them, and for such a, you know, a song that is so personal to us, and having other people pick that up and, you know, be able to relate it to something that is so personal to them was amazing to witness.
Yeah, so we started duetting those videos, and from there, like a lot of people used it for their transitioning. A lot of people used it for a lot of topics, which kept getting it used more and more, to the point where people were just using it the sound of any video, including Kim Kardashian.
Yeah, I saw that, and it was like such a random video as well, wasn't it? It was like, how is this?
Do you know what? That video meant nothing, but I will take it.
I'm gonna take it.
I'm
gonna take it as me and Kim are besties, and I'll see you at the LA shows. But
not sure that Hungry Hippo game, but you know what?
That's what it was, wasn't it?
And I think from this point, like this is where we kind of worked on transitioning our TikTok following into genuine loyal fans, because that's what's really hard about social media, and about like, is it a number or is it a genuine fan? And you can have loads of numbers, but like you need those genuine fans who are going to support you throughout your journey. I've always used kind of like the case study comparison of MySpace. So obviously MySpace in the day, there was like a primary way you could use MySpace and share your music and kind of build that personal connection. And there was also a secondary way where people would enjoy other different music and kind of shared it, you know, like that's how Arctic Monkeys blew up. That's how like a lot of scene emo music blew up back in the day. But when MySpace shut down, a lot of the artists who didn't manage to kind of build that complete group, they weren't able to continue their music careers with longevity, like artists like Arctic Monkeys, who benefited from the app. So it's kind of making sure that we have that boat, so people are still going to enjoy the music and have that longevity, which we kind of did a lot more behind the scenes with that, and making sure we built this community that we love so much. And again, every day we are just so grateful for, rather than just for that TikTok moment, which again was the start, but it's like the start and how to build on that, I think.
I think a lot of bands and artists underestimate the power of social media, in the sense that they use it as a newsfeed. They use it to kind of like just announce stuff, you know, and it's not, they're not looking to engage with people. They're looking to just tell people about things all the time. Do you think that you've got more of a different approach to that because like you're from a more alternative music scene that has more maybe marginalized people that like kind of cling to a sense of community a bit more?
I was the person who clung to a sense of community. That was me when I was 14. Like, I had fan pages and I enjoyed that community. Liv and Amy both had Nirvana fan pages back in the day. Like, honestly, we were
no shame in that whatsoever. That's amazing.
We were the community that we're building, and that's what it's kind of about, and knowing your market. And I feel you kind of need to show the personality, and you need to be relatable, and not like relatable as in make yourself relatable, but sometimes honesty and talking goes kind of a long way, rather than just being nothing but the music. Until don't get me wrong, there's so many artists who can do that to great succession, but they still have a story, even though they're not like a persona, or they already have built the like personality up, and they don't have to anymore because people are loyal and love the music and will speak about it anyway.
Like, it was
I
weird.
think you're right in that the like obviously a lot of our fans are like marginalized groups, and I think those, you know, marginalized groups do seek out communities like Holly just said, like me and Liv have, and continue to kind of seek out a group that we feel comfortable in. So hopefully, you know, we're creating that for people, and we have done already, just still building on it. And
yeah, you definitely are. I think again it goes back to that kind of, you know, talk about the local scene, like not kind of representing the music that you're doing. And you know, when you have got those like fans that are kind of trying to find their tribe and trying to find people that they identify with and stuff like that, it doesn't always just happen locally. I think it does for like loads. Like if you're a, you know, laddie guitar band, you know, Liverpool's great for that, and you will definitely find more laddie guitar bands. But you know, what does that do to? I want to kind of talk about like music being a safe space for people. And I think a lot of people who are young and they're going through the Liverpool music scene don't feel like there's a space for them, and don't feel like they're going to have a nice time at a gig. And if you
I think if we had just like built our kind of persona on live, obviously live is a big part of our career, but if, like you said, if we were just still hammering it in Liverpool, like we wouldn't be where we are, because our kind of fans wouldn't, I don't know, I feel like they wouldn't actively go out and kind of, because we were being put on bills with like lad bands and like indie bands, like our fans aren't going to go want to watch that. Like I don't want to watch that, so I wouldn't go. So I think it's so important that we have like used social media, and we kind of had no choice over lockdown. But yeah, I think it would have been impossible for us to build the fan base that we've got being on those bills still, because we probably would still be on those kind of shows.
We would, and I think gig culture has got such a it's got a very specific nature, and it's got such a specific kind of etiquette and rules that kind of people need to break. Like you don't need to like have drug and alcohol at our gigs. We don't need to be moshing to the point where people get bruised, even in heavy music. We don't need like women to actually be scared to go to gigs because they feel like they're going to be touched up by some drunk man. Like these are all kind of things that we have noticed being at those gigs ourselves that we don't want anymore. And if we're gonna, we don't want to build that community, because it's what we kind of trying to be avoid our whole lives, and it's affected us. And building that safe space, and we've had so many people come up to us being like, this is our first gig, this is my first gig, and I was like, I really hope I've shown you what a gig should be like.
I can't think of anything worse. Imagine going to your first gig and getting and like feeling like massively uncomfortable and just never going back to a gig, because that's what would happen. Like if you're a teenager and your first gig, you go and see about, you take a risk, you know, you go out there, put yourself out there, and then that's what you're like confronted with. Like it's just going to put people off like massively. Like you know, music should be like a savior for people. It should be that safe space. Like just by its very nature, it saves lives. So I think the fact that you lot are so kind of like outspoken about what you want to change and what you want to do is also a lesson to other bands that are coming through as well, to just not accept the norm. And I think even like some of the laddie bands, you know, like I can't even remember what band it was, that like the Rills or somebody like that, someone got sexually assaulted at one of their shows, and they just like, their reaction to it was probably the best I've seen of like one of those style of bands to kind of just call it out, and made the suggestion straight away that just like, if you're a lad and your mate is being a dickhead, you need to tell them they're being a dickhead straight away. Like there's just no room for it.
It's
I think
not what the space is for. You're supposed to be enjoying music and building a community, and you're gonna isolate people in the community if you're acting like that. And I think because alcohol and drugs are so like intensified at these spaces too. And I'm not saying to not like substance abuse at gigs. Like you do whatever you feel it, you know, helps the experience for you, but it shouldn't be the norm. You should still be able to go to a gig and feel safe without people drunk harassing you.
Like, exactly. It's like if you want to have a drink or like do recreational drugs at a gig, don't do it to the detriment of the other people that are there. Like it's about,
I think it's just so like it's almost become normalized. Like when we talk about going to gigs, I'm just thinking, oh, I'm not, like I went to a gig last night and there was like a literal, that happened to me last night, and I was just like, I'm not even shocked. Like, it's just the norm. Like, the drunk men fucking throwing the piss everywhere and like being really weird. It's not. And it was Tom Odell. Like, come on. Like, it's not. Like, it wasn't like it was the Stone Roses. It was Tom Odell pouring his heart out, and you got these weirdos. But I think it's just so ingrained now that you just almost expect it to happen, and we're just kind of trying to avoid that.
I think it is, but I think people deal with things retrospectively. You know, like when that other band called out the audience, and like Yard Act have just done it for their London show. It's always afterwards. It's never like conversations that had just generally. It's always like something like, this has happened and we need to deal with it, rather than kind of going, this happens all the time. And I think that's what is really lovely about the way that you're kind of communicating with your audience, is you're asking them what they want as well. You're asking them what would make them feel safe, what would make them feel comfortable, which I think is just like is unusual. Is unusual to kind of have that much of a like thought about the people that are going to support you. Is that we'll support you, tell us what you want. Like that, and I think that's been really, really interesting to kind of like see develop. I think, did you put something like when you were putting merch out about that you're going to put how tactile it is and how it feels?
Yeah,
other sensitivities as well.
Yeah, well, I've obviously got sensory issues. I have ADHD. I'm quite open with that to audience, but my little sister's autistic, and a lot of my friends have autism and major sensory issues. And it's things like just little things like that that I know would help someone else. And it can give you a lot of anxiety buying new merch, or like going to a safe space and not feeling it's going to be safe for someone. Like, we do want to try however we can to make it as accessible as possible, because some people have never been able to enjoy gigs, like because or enjoy merch because they're scared of how it's going to feel, or go into a gig because they're scared it's going to be extremely overwhelming and they're going to have a panic attack. And it's kind of building, in a sense, a new etiquette that we hope other bands and other artists will bear in mind, not just for us to be like, wow, we're doing this. It's like, no, we're doing it so audience members can feel like this in every gig, and they can set themselves an expectation.
The thing is as well, like, you go to a gig to have a good time, and I would hate the thought that anyone would come to our gigs and not feel completely welcomed or completely comfortable because of other people there, or like Hall was saying, because of like if they have like sensory overload, or they have a meltdown or whatever because of like there's too much going on, or for whatever reason, and they no longer feel safe. Like that would break my heart to think. So for us, it's absolutely adamant that we do whatever we can to create that safe space for everyone.
Yeah, I know it's like, especially at the beginning of a career, it's very hard to kind of cement specific way with the funding and everything. That's why we're so happy we've got a major label and we're starting to sell out our tickets, because the more we do it and the more we sell these shows, the more strict we can be and the more we can help our audience, and hopefully we can just keep building to create that safe space. And not just for our shows, I hope in general, like, gig spaces feel safer for everyone involved, really.
Yeah, definitely. I think things are changing, but it's going to be slow, but I think the fact that you're kind of taking the matters into your own hands, like, as much as music feels undervalued, I mean, I've just been talking about streaming and things like that, and about like artists really getting what they deserve. And I think that, particularly with live, like, sometimes it feels like the box office person has been paid more than the band on stage. It's like that, the musician isn't always at the center of it, is what I'm trying to say. But I think what you're doing is like, it's more of a movement. It's bigger than being musicians. It's bigger than being a band. It's like a kind of shout out to the industry and just going like, look, we don't need to do it like this. Like, we can go forward differently.
Yeah, I mean, we're fortunate to like kind of follow the steps like Youngblood's taken. Like, we went to one of his gigs as well, and he does everything that he can. Obviously, he's played in massive venues now, and he can afford to be a bit stricter, but obviously there's still some incidents that have come out from it, and he's just like baffled, like, how can this happen when I've done so much? But yeah, I think a lot of like bigger artists are starting to kind of take into consideration gig etiquette, and especially Youngblood. He's got like a very similar audience to us, so we can kind of take some inspiration from how he goes about his gigs.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure in bigger venues it's probably more difficult to manage than if it's like, you know, the size of the venues that you're doing on the next tour, for example, like, you know. But I guess it's like, do you like speak to the venues and the promoters and stuff? Like, what's that kind of dialogue like?
Yeah, so we've had lots of plans kind of in the back scenes about how we're going to make these gigs as safe for people as possible. We've been planning it literally since before the tour, working out little things. Obviously, we can't really confirm everything yet because it's all kind of unwrapped, but we're very close with our agent, who's Lola. She's great. And she's make sure that we can have access to the promoters and ensure that things are as safe as possible, especially because we know it's going to be a lot of people's first shows. We know there's going to be a lot of minors there, and we also know there's going to be a lot of people with anxiety, and it's trying to cope with that and making sure that there's a place they feel like they can go at the back of the gig, and making sure that we communicate to this audience, if you want to be amongst the middle, please do. If you want to come to Barrier, but here's a place you can go for safety. Here's a place for healing. And then hopefully we can just build upon that with other ideas that we've come up with in the back scenes to make it even more safer.
Yeah, definitely. Because, like, you know, I think the more you go to gigs, the more you find those safe spaces. Like me personally, I've had to sort of seek out those little pockets within the gig where if I feel like, okay, I've had enough, I need to just take a step back or whatever, you kind of find them yourself.
Yeah.
But, you know, like Hol was saying, if this is someone's first gig, you are not going to know where to go. So we want it to be like, you know, if you need it, it's there, but not make it like, I don't know, kind of patronizing, I suppose.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Yeah, I think for me, like I suffer with like really bad social anxiety, and it's utterly ridiculous and like very debilitating to the point that sometimes there'll be a gig that I can't wait to go to and I don't actually make it out of the house. And it can happen at a gig as well. Like, you know, where you just kind of like all of a sudden I'll either be right at the front, like singing along everything, or I'll be like against the wall trying to make myself disappear and just trying to enjoy the music as much as possible. So I think that's a really, really good shout about it not feeling patronizing and kind of just, you know, that there's an awareness of it and that there are these different areas because everyone's so different in their experiences and everyone's got a right to enjoy music like that. When you were kind of like looking at building a team around you, so like obviously as things have been picking up, you've got more and more people involved in crawlers. Like what's that been like? Like how do you make sure that everyone is kind of singing from the same hymn sheet, like that you've all got the same ethos?
Yeah, I mean, because we've been doing it for so long, just like us four, it was like we felt like quite protective of like who was going to be on our team. So when we were going through like the label process, there was some labels that were just a complete write-off straight away because we just didn't like the team, didn't click with them. And yeah, going through labels is just like making sure that they really back us and really understand like what our music and us as people and our audience as well. And also making sure like we have a diverse team, like we're definitely still building on that, and it's something, you know, that will keep growing hopefully, and hopefully we can, you know, make it as diverse as possible. But at the minute I feel like we're in a good position. We've got an amazing team at the label, we've got an amazing live agent and manager that are all so nice and really really care about us and the music and everything that goes into it. So yeah, we were quite picky really. If there was like even like a slight doubt about someone, would be like, no, not for us. We need someone who we really believe in and they believe in us, you know?
Did that take time to build?
Yeah, I think with how everything was blowing up at such a time, we were on a time limit to pick a team, which made it very hard, but we made it very clear to every team that like we want to meet your team in real life and make sure they are diverse and that they are actually caring about our things. It was really funny though, because sometimes you do just click with someone. Like Lola, our live agent, we went on Zoom with her once and we were just like, we're in love with her. We want her on our team. She's just great. We know she wants us, and like she'd already got us like all these festivals without even signing us.
I think, you know, don't you? Like you just kind of get a vibe for someone, and like even, you know, like if we'd meet them over Zoom or in person, we would pretty much know very quickly if they were going to be someone that we wanted to work with. I mean, don't get me wrong, you know, sometimes people just have an off day, and it takes a couple of meetings to sort of really get a vibe for somebody. But for the most part, we pretty much knew straight away. I mean, there were some meetings where they ended quite abruptly.
We did roast some labels. By we, I mean Liv. But I think what's really nice about working with Polydor is something that they've made sure is that we have a really good team around all of our activities. So like when we did the lyric video, a lot of the people who helped produce it were like queer producers or like women based, and it was so nice to be able to like be a part of that. And it was the same for when we were doing our press shoots at the weekend. We were doing some shots at the weekend, and again, had a really nice diverse team. And it's very much what we want to build, because it's not just about the musicians who are on the stage. It is about who's backstage as well. Like, are they diverse? You could have a whole lineup of women, but if it's all like men on the like doing your team, and the managers in the label and in the text, like that's a problem as well. And making sure that those jobs are also well rounded is really important.
Because the thing is then as well, like you can just do your job. Do you know what I mean? Like you don't have to deal with idiots and I don't know if I'm allowed to swear, but people's BS.
It's okay, Liv. I've been a bit of a potty mouth. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I can break the seal. Don't worry.
But yeah, like you can just get on with it, and like they understand as well, because they've lived it.
Oh my god, yeah, without a doubt. Like, because I went on tour in November, December for the first time in like years. And I'm so used to kind of like rocking up at a venue and being seen as like a silly little girl, even though like I've worked in music for like 15 years. And like, I always just let stuff go over my head, because it's just like, you've got to get the job done. And more, it's changing, and it is changing. And like, we still had it in November, December, where like I had the tour manager of the headline band ask me whether I knew what a line check was. And I was just like,
so patronizing.
Yeah, and then I think he must have.
You know my job is, sir.
I think
do you know who runs this venue, sir?
Yeah, I think this wasn't even at our venue. This was like somewhere else. This was like on the tour, and like, yeah, I think he just saw me and the artist I was with just rock up and just go, oh shit, silly little girls, these are going to be an issue. And by the end of the week, he like, it was our presence that kind of made that tour run as smoothly as it did. And it's just that different like atmosphere. Like, it's so beautiful to rock up at a music venue where it is diverse, where it is different people with different experiences that are there to kind of run that show and like, do the sounds and stuff. We saw it as well in like Nottingham. There was a female sound engineer, and there was one of the kind of touring sound engineers basically was showing her what to do in her own room. And it was just like, and she was just like, kind of just going with it. She knew she was safe in the knowledge that she had it like under control. But it's just having different people, it just changes the whole atmosphere of a gig. It's so nice.
It happens so much. Like, unfortunately, we've not had that many encounters with it, but we have had some that have just been like so bad. But yeah, like that sound tech, I just laugh it off. I think it's hilarious.
Yeah, I mean, we tried to do it a lot. Go on, sorry, Liv.
No, it's okay. I was just going to say, it just shows their own ignorance, and like they don't know what they're doing. Like, how are they not embarrassed about stuff like that?
You're not embarrassed.
You're not embarrassed.
But we notice it at Future Yards all the time. It's just like, we have a lot of touring bands now that the world's back open, and we've got our head of productions, an amazing young woman called Emma, who's just like one of the best sound engineers that I've ever worked with. She gets vocals sounding like nothing else. Like, it's just incredible. Most of our event managers are women. Like, you rock up and you're just, welcomed by a group of people that don't look like the people at the last venue. And it's just like, it changes things. It makes people feel like things are under control quite a bit more as well, as the fact that.
And it's not even about just like ensuring your whole team it's women. It's about having diversity and giving women those opportunities, so it's a fair industry.
Yeah.
Because it's not. It's still not. And I will never get over me doing this conference. I did a conference the first time, and I said that, like, well, the industry is getting better, but the person at the top is still a white man, a white cis man. And genuinely, the barman, not even a speaker, he was the barman, was like, cis man, you don't know about white cis man.
He got so offended.
He was so offended. He was so rude to the point where he got kicked out of this conference. Like, and it's just like, why are you offended? Firstly, you're the one.
Unprofessional.
It's so unprofessional, and it's just the fact that you are hurt because I'm right.
Yeah. Oh my God. That mad sensitivity is like so damaging. I had a family member that was just like, "Are you onto this white privilege?" And I was just like,
I have it actually. Yeah.
And I was just like, the fact that you're even able to say that means that, like, you know, that you have a word of yourself.
You just defined it.
Yeah, totally. But that's something I wanted to kind of bring up as well, is the fact that I know with this tour that you've got coming up, that you were very instrumental in picking those support acts and making sure that there was a lot of women, there was a lot of people from the, like, queer community, there was, like, trans people, like, non-binary, like, how, and I mean, I'm saying this and I know the answer, but, like, how easy was that to source? Like,
I think it was easy, yeah, because the people that we've put on are our friends, well, not our friends, I don't want to say that, but, like, people we know and have, like, followed for years, and it's just within our community. They're also in the community, so it was like, it wasn't too hard to kind of go out and seek them, because they're kind of in our, like, front line, I guess.
Even the ones who went out to seek, they weren't hard to find. There are so many amazing bands with women in, bands with trans artists in, bands with people of colour in. Like, they're just itching to be found, and there's so many talents out there that are not getting the limelight that we are so grateful for that we're getting right now. And, like, if we're not getting, like, if we were them at one point, we had to really work hard to get that. So we want to give the opportunity to so many other people who are going to find it much harder than being a very marketable boy band. And I'm not saying that, like, that's the case for every, you know, one. Obviously, annoyingly, things are whatever's in trend, but you do have a lot of privilege in that position. So it's nice to be able to give people who might not necessarily be looked at first an opportunity.
I still think there is a nod to kind of, like, you know, indie rock bands that are made up of, like, all white lads, a lot of middle class lads, are still a safer bet on tickets. I still think that is, even though promoters will not say that, I still think that's in their heads. I still think it's kind of like something that needs knocking down, like, several rungs of the ladder. Like,
part of gig culture, it's partly that people want to, like, with male bands, people will go to those male bands gigs, and you have
they all sound the same.
You have the men who go there to get drunk and chant, and you have the women to fawn at the band members. And this is a real struggle that we've noticed growing up, is that, like, around music, is that a lot of men fear listening to women artists, because I think their masculinity is so fragile that they can't understand that women and, like, trans artists are creating some of the best music now.
It is, and it's just like, we've had so many occasions where, like, people will, like, mansplain to us at our own gigs on, like, fair enough, like, we're not that clued up on, like, sound tech, but also I didn't want to listen to a man explain it to me for 20 minutes. Like, that's something, it's just so annoying. Like, we had, like, our headline, the support band's guitarist came up to me and tried to tell me how to use my pedal board, and I was just like, fuck off.
I mean, a pedal board as well, it's such a personal thing, isn't it?
It's not pedal board.
Like, it's
He was
so
like, oh, I think you should move
curated.
this in your chain, and I was like, I didn't ask. Like, I did not ask.
Because the thing is then as well, like, if there's anything that you don't know, you don't feel comfortable enough to go, hey, how does this work?
Yeah. True.
Because then you're going to get, like, oh, of course, you don't know what you're doing.
Yeah.
Like, it makes it so much more hostile, and it doesn't need to be hostile at all.
And
there's still a competitive nature there, isn't there? There's still a competitive nature. I've had this in some of the other chats as well. Is just like, what's come out is, like, everyone's advice is, you know, when you're a musician, when you're in a band, or you're a solo artist or whatever, is, like, share information with one another, like, build that community up around your project, so that so that somebody else doesn't have to deal with that shit, like, so that, you know, and I think that, you know, that's something that seems to be ingrained into the way that you communicate with your audience, and that will spill into other artists as well, surely.
Exactly. And I think something else that's just like a major problem is that women no longer feel like they can play songs and start to learn. They feel as if they need to go out and prove. You don't need to prove. You should go out and play. You should go out and experiment. You should go to open mics and play your first acoustic set. You should go and start a band and know nothing about the instrument without feeling that you're going to get mansplained and pushed out. You know, we're so lucky that when we started learning, Liv and Amy had already been in a band for years, and I can't imagine how hard that was to build up anyway. But the actual position
didn't build very far.
Yeah, but I mean, like, just the personal knowledge.
I thought we were quite successful.
It's like the personal knowledge, and I feel like a lot of women, and especially like underrepresented people, feel as though they have to go out and prove. And that, when men don't have to prove shit, they can just go out and play a song and have fun. Like, we can have fun, you can have success, you can do whatever you want, but without feeling that pressure that I definitely did when I was playing these live bands, these indie. I was like, I need to prove to them that I am the best singer ever. I need to make sure that I have these really high notes, and I need to make sure that I can play trumpet, and Liv needs to make sure we've got these really experimental riffs. And it's like, no, we can write a good song and enjoy ourselves without feeling like, you know.
I mean, personally, like, that's the lesson I'm still trying to learn, of like, I need to stop trying to prove something to someone whose opinion I don't even care about anyway.
Yeah.
Like,
and it's like a hypothetical someone as well. You know, these people don't really exist. Like, it's
I know I can play my instrument, all right. Like, there's a reason
you can play it very well.
Yeah, there's a reason that, you know, I'm like very nearly got a degree because we're in the final few months of uni. Like, I've been doing this for a very long time. I know what I'm doing. Why am I so anxious about this? And it's literally just because of the hostility that we've all experienced. But I'm tired of feeling anxious about existing as a musician just because I haven't got a penis.
Yeah, totally. Have you had bands approach you, like, for advice and stuff?
We got quite a lot of messages, and we send them whatever we can, and we'll tell them the basic stuff that really helps is working hard, practicing with a metronome. Oh my God, if you're a live band, please practice with a metronome. Pinterest boards and playlists to inspire yourselves, and just practicing.
I think a lot of like women in like any industry kind of withhold information because they've worked so hard to get to where they are. It's kind of like they don't want to share it, which I do understand, but we're not like that. And if anyone asks for advice, then we will obviously give what we can. We're not experts in the industry, but we can advise on what we've done and what we've been through to get where we are currently, and hopefully keep growing, you know.
One of the things I wanted to ask as well is, given that, you know, you've spent so much time kind of cultivating a social media following, and how much time that took to kind of, like, you know, work out the TikTok algorithms and work out what you were doing with that. And obviously the world had kind of stopped during that period as well. Like, how do you cope with it now? How do you cope with the balance of like needing to rehearse, needing to be amazing?
Good question. We don't. We just have panic attacks all day.
I think so. In lockdown, honest to God, my screen time is about 10 hours. And I'm not going to lie about that. I was on my phone constantly. I was learning TikTok. I was learning so much. And it took me ages. And then when Come Over was coming out, and when we'd kind of finally sussed it, and I was, honest to God, shamelessly promoting this song, we were so proud of it, and I wasn't going to let it. Shameless promotion is absolutely fine, by the way. Remember, Metallica were handing out burnt CDs at the back of people's gigs. Just shameless is the way, you know. Shameless. You've got to be in this industry. If you're not promoting yourself, who's going to do it? Yeah. But after that, it was already hard balancing posting on TikTok and keeping an active community while seeing all these labels and having to go to London. I've been to London twice before we got signed. I'd never been. I was confused. I was just happy there was lots of sushi. Okay.
I think it's something we're still trying to figure out, like how to balance it all, because the major label thing is still like quite new, and it's not a lot of pressure, but it's like this is like our full-time job now. Like we have got no backup plan. Not that we did anyway, but before like the label, we were all like working jobs and like obviously taking the degree a bit more seriously.
It was a full-time degree,
Yeah.
part-time jobs, and then double full-time band, which included practicing, songwriting.
Which was worse. Like that was so much worse. So like that compared to now is it doesn't feel too bad because like we were doing this with a job and a degree. It's just it's different, but we're still trying to figure out how to give ourselves a day off, basically.
It's so hard when you're in that point, right? When you're all balancing a part-time job and you've got a full-time education and then a band that is more than full-time because you don't rest, is when you're not reaching that success and you're watching others around you be extremely successful and you're you feel terrible. You feel I am working for nothing. You can really, it's very, very important. And obviously my mum always tells me this. She's like a really amazing therapist and she's on the band's back, is making sure that you're still putting your mental health first and don't project the insecurity onto some bands. I felt myself doing that a lot and I felt like I was projecting a lot of negativity because we were working so hard and we didn't feel like we were getting what we deserved. But it's not about that. It's about the journey, I guess, and making sure that you're still staying healthy and you're still having fun with it, even though obviously to get where you need to be for a job, it is still a lot of hard work, but making sure you're still providing yourself with self-care is so
like, have you had days where like you know that you've got to post stuff or you know you've got to create stuff for your socials and you've just gone, I can't, like with the best will in the world, it's not happening?
All the time, I make sure whenever I'm doing like a bit of content creation, I draft some. Just those days where I cannot do anything because again, ADHD, so I burn out so quick, and also just the general schedule we have at the minute is ridiculous. So ensuring that like we have something to post, or even if it's just a little thing, or if it's a picture, or if it's TikTok, and
or even just the days where we're just honest with people. And we sort of use that as an opportunity to normalize and take away the taboo nature of mental health and having a mental illness. Like, I think we're really lucky that every single one of us is so supportive of each other, and because we are like such close friends, we all know what's happening in each other's lives.
I genuinely thought you was going to say that we're all really lucky that we're all depressed.
Not really lucky that we're depressed.
I was like,
oh my god,
so true,
not lucky for that, but like we're really lucky that we have always had each other's backs, and if one of us is struggling, we get it. Don't hold it against each other. But generally, for like content and stuff, we kind of use that as an opportunity to open up the conversation and normalize it.
It's so normal. You're supposed to take a rest day, and I think a lot of musicians are blooming overworked so much because it is a full-time thing now. It's not the practicing and the songwriting it once was. It's now you are a full-time content creator. You're also your own manager if you don't have a team. You're also your own promoter. You're also your own distributor. You do PR. You do everything. Like before we had the label, honest to God, the work we did, we could have started our own label up. Honestly.
I think, to be honest, if we hadn't have met our team and have been as lucky as we have, I think we probably would have by this point.
Yeah, it's because it's so much.
We would like learning everything ourselves. We were so hands-on with everything. Like you could have asked anything and we'd have been like, yeah, here's how you do it. And I feel like a lot of people, obviously, the government do not respect the arts much yet and do not realise the time. We don't respect them back, but they don't respect the art and the drive it takes to continue with this, because a lot of people have not been fortunate to get to the position we are in our career right now, which again, still can't believe. I'm still, so grateful. But some people haven't made it here because of the demanding nature, the fact you have to work a part-time job, the fact you also have to keep up with life and all those things. It's really hard. And we, obviously, with all our hard work, it was also luck too. Yeah.
We are very lucky to be where we are.
Yeah, totally. That kind of, I think the hard work has definitely paid off in that sense. We are really fortunate, but you know, it's not stopped.
Mm-hmm.
No, we're still working just as hard now.
Just a different.
Oh God, yeah, it's just next phase, isn't it?
Exactly.
It's just hard in a different way.
Yeah.
But at least, you know, it sounds like you've got a really great team around you who get exactly where you're coming from, and as long as they can appreciate, you know, the different things that make you up and make you you, and the barriers that kind of causes as well within that, then I'm sure you'll be absolutely fine. But I can imagine that you're not going to get yourselves into a situation that you can't get yourselves out of either.
Yeah, we're quite picky with that. We're like, give me the contract, let me read every fine detail.
Yeah.
I think it's the A&R process and signing with a manager and signing with your label, I think is kind of underrated to how actually hard that is.
Yeah.
And I think as obviously for everybody who has something like a tick, because when you're on TikTok, A&Rs aren't like what they used to. They don't particularly, there's a rare occasion where they'll find an artist and actually develop them, you know, which, you know, some people call it industry plants, but I don't think that's true. I think it's A&Rs doing their job. But anyway.
Yeah, that was something I did want to mention. I mean, that's not a thing. Like, it's
so annoying.
Doing their job well. If they've blown up, then great. That's what a label does.
The thing is, we used to get it so much, like we still do, but it was when like we was all working part-time jobs, like literally scraping to get to practice rooms, and everyone's like, you're an industry plant. I'm like, we're literally not. Like, it was just ridiculous, wasn't it? Like, oh, you signed to a massive major in China and all this, and it's like, we're literally not. Like, the office is in Bootle. Like,
people. I mean, it's just that thing that people don't understand how the music industry works, because it's so complicated. But they also don't understand that whether you're an independent artist or whether you're, you know, you've been on a major for the past 2 years, the route to an audience is still the same.
You
just
still
got a bigger budget.
Extremely hard, and you still need to be talented, even if it's a music you don't particularly like. And we're seeing a lot with Wet Leg at the minute, and everyone's been like, oh, that's what I was
going to mention.
And I'm just like, no, they're really good. They're signed to Domino and have been for years, and they've been playing festivals and gigs for years. They've just got a marketing team now who are good at TikTok, which is...
And also the biggest earworm of a song that you've ever heard in your life. Growing.
It's great, and I'm glad they're blowing up because they deserve it. Their songs are sick, and I feel like the post-punk genre has not got enough women in it, straight up.
Yeah, and also that they're not doing stuff that you'd think would be below their or they're doing stuff that you'd think would be below their station if they were massive. Like, you know, they've done like independent venue week shows. They were the independent venue week ambassador. They're doing all of the stuff that, like, if they were an industry plant, whatever the hell that is, they wouldn't be doing all of those things because they didn't need to. Like, they're still kind of like...
understand the music industry. I didn't understand the music industry. Not really. People don't get it. People literally do not.
It's so like complicated. Like, we thought we had a grasp of it when we were signed to an independent label, and like what we've learned over like the past 2 months is just ridiculous. Like, it's just mad, and like no one really understands like the depth of it, and is very quick to assume that someone's been very lucky to be an industry plant and be pushed and have all the dreams come true. You know, it's just no one really understands it. And even if they were, like, they're still fucking working hard. Like, still working 12-hour days. It's not a breeze.
Nothing's guaranteed. That's the thing. It's just like, you can't just go, here's a band that, you know, are secretly going to be massive, but there they are, kind of thing. Nothing's ever guaranteed like that. There used to be, like, when I first started kind of, I guess, going to gigs and like getting into music and thinking about it as a career, there'd be a lot of independent record labels that would be backed by majors, and that was kind of quite secretive. So this isn't a new thing, and I would say that it was more likely that somebody would be like an industry plant like 20 years ago than now, because everything's been blown open.
Going on since Motown. They literally got people who looked fit on the streets, showed them how to be a musician, and put them with a great funk band until they got big. It's not changed. It's just gone with the technology and gone with the growth.
But the fact that everything's so accessible now, though, you know, the fact that you're able to build an audience up globally on a social media platform kind of proves that as well, is that
Exactly.
you need to kind of stop thinking about it like that anyway. It's like, there are opportunities, like go and do some research, go and play around with it and go and use it.
Exactly. The fact is, all of the technology now has made DIY and independent artists brought a new accessibility. However, you just have to bear in mind that has made it even more accessible for major labels to influx that. So you've just got to use it how you do as DIY, and bear in mind that majors are going to be doing exactly the same thing as you at that point.
Yeah, I think majors try and chase like the indie attitude. Like,
yeah, they do. You go into every major label and they're like, honestly, we're like an indie label.
Yeah, every single label said that to us. I think
that most people that work at majors have worked at indies though. Like that's kind of where you start off. Like I remember like going into working at when I was working at record labels, and I had a mentor who's like, she's now like general manager at Atlantic, and was just like, go and learn how to do your job at an indie and then make the decision whether you want to go for a major or not. And I think that's, so a lot of the major labels, as much as people go, oh, a major label, they're made up of people who've worked at indies with smaller budgets.
They're literally a business to invest in artists. Do you know what I mean? And however they're investing in artists, whether they love their art or whether they know they're going to make bank and enjoy the person's company. That's just how it is. And I think people are kind of scared of major labels a lot. And I think, to be honest, I think it's because of X Factor and because of Psycho and because of that very bit of the 2010s when the music industry was a little bit more, One Direction, Little Mix, you're only getting a 20% cut, Simon Cowell's the producer, and yada yada. And it was, I think that has ingrained in our generation. So now they are a bit more scared, even though all their favorite artists are on a major.
Yeah, totally.
Or at least have an independent with a major backing, or an independent who are quite big.
Yeah. Right, I'm gonna have to leave that there because I've got the next one coming up. But that was amazing. Thank you so much. And,
oh my god, no worries. Thanks so much for having us on.
And I'll see you at the gig in Liverpool.
Awesome.
Yeah, which is like in 3 weeks. Is it 3 weeks?
3 weeks now. Absolutely pooing my pants.
God, that's come round.
It's going to be incredible. It'll be amazing. You're going to smash it. Thanks so much for your time, and it was lovely to see you as well.
Thank you.
Take care, and to everyone watching, I'll be back in 10 minutes with you. But yeah, thanks, crawlers. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi everyone, I'm back for the final chat of the day, which is with OWUSU, who I've known pretty much ever since I moved back to Liverpool, as being such a champion of so many different local artists on a local and national and international level, from working with the work that he does with the LIMF Academy and PLAYMAKER group, and now through PRS Foundation with the Power Up initiative as well. So I'm gonna, hi Al.
Hello, how are you? Have you been in the host seat all day?
Yeah.
You must be done in.
I keep thinking about what takeaway I'm going to order when I've finished talking to you.
Whatever gets you through, man. Whatever gets you through.
Yeah, there's loads I want to speak to you about, because I just feel like in so many ways you're such a kindred spirit, but like doing stuff in totally different ways in the same breath. And it's just like, I remember before I started kind of managing again, and definitely before, well before we even thought about having a music venue, I remember going to this like panel discussion at the Labour Party conference, where lots of like, there was MPs and like the head of UK Music and like the CEO of PRS Foundation at the time, talking about this kind of like roadmap into the music industry for musicians, and just thinking there's just a big massive gap. Like there's, we're talking about stuff at grassroots levels, we're talking about stuff at like, through education, like people doing degrees and like formal education. And then just all of a sudden there's a career, and there was just a big gap in the middle, and just thinking, how do we fill it? And I feel like you've been filling that gap for a very long time, like working with the work that you've done locally with artists, like there's so many barriers to kind of wanting to do music as a career, to that actually turning into something sustainable and something that people can live from. And there's so many of those different barriers that like the artists are facing together, like, be it location, funding, like people's perceptions of artists based on how they look or where they come from. All of those different things kind of fall into that kind of river in the middle for me. And that's kind of what I wanted to talk to you today about, is a little bit like about that kind of, those barriers that artists do face and what you've kind of found along the years, I guess.
No, that sounds amazing. All I need to do is I need to know how I can get into those rooms that you're in, those wonderful rooms where they're talking at that level. But no, I think that gap is where I felt like I've always found the sweet spot in between. Professionally, I feel like, even more recently, I've kind of come to the realization that I'm a consultant, and I work obviously across different projects, and so I'm always in between.
Mm-hmm.
But this music talent, from being somebody who wants to enter to somebody who's in the industry and trying to sustain that space, is where I've probably spent most of my 15, 16 years in the music industry, working, either working with organizations that want to help artists in that space, or working with artists who are in that space as a manager or whatever, label or whatever. And I think it's very challenging. And I almost see it like the way a lot of organizations don't work well with teenagers, or don't reach out. It's like, it's so complex and it's ever changing, and there's barriers on top of barriers that some people don't understand. And then you add regionality or gender or race or whatever into that, economics, you add all that stuff into it, and it becomes more complicated. But I feel like it's the purest part of the music industry. I feel like it's helping artists and helping art reach more audiences and develop the art and the offer and the entertainment part of it to make it a viable option in the marketplace. I feel like it's so exciting, and it's so rewarding, which is probably the biggest one. And I commend Bido, Future Yard, the Beacon Project, everything, and yourself and everything that you do with Most Defo. Like it's just so rewarding. Do you know what I mean? So I can't even say like I've just been doing it, and it's like I do get a lot back from it. Do you know what I mean? I do get a lot back from it, and I don't have to then deal with all the dirtiness within the industry.
So like when obviously with like LIMF Academy, like you've got those, is it 12 spaces to fill each year, and you're looking to see all of these different artists across the region, and like, you know, who's the most promising, who needs it the most, like what you think you can do with them. Like, is that, I mean, it can't be ever like uniform as like who applies for it and who comes through and like who gets the most out of it. But what have those experiences been with those local artists? Like, what have the challenges been for them, and like how do you kind of support them in looking to see, you know, how they can kind of make leaps and make those next steps?
Yeah, I'll get into that, but the first thing, I'll add some context around the Academy, because the Academy existed because I was brought on to curate Liverpool International Music Festival. So, you know, the city's had a music festival, which it's no point in naming, but it decided it wanted a more contemporary look at music and the relationship Liverpool has with music. Mm-hmm. So I came on board 2013 for the first year, and I was just very keen, again, because of my background pre-LIMF, that Liverpool, the city, has started to nurture relationships with the talent at an early stage. Because what I always felt is like everyone who comes from Liverpool, or even some people who don't come from Liverpool but are close enough in proximity, will always claim Liverpool and will shout about being a Scouser, or, you know, Liverpool home, or whatever the situation, which is great. But I always felt like the institutions, or the cultural institution that is of Liverpool, I feel like they didn't really have a relationship with these artists. So you think about even the Beatles, you know, the city kind of shunned the Beatles as these almost like quote unquote bastard children that obviously had success, but they were, you know, feral children, and you know what I mean?
Yeah,
and
they left basically.
Yeah, but it's also when I think the city started to see people, particularly after John Lennon's murder, people flocked to the city, and the others, oh my God, like these are our children, you know. And what I was saying is with LIMF, I said I wanted the city to make sure they were part of people's journey, not solely, not like these are our artists, but like what can we do to help alongside all the great work that's going on. So when these artists get to the point, they know the city actually did care about them. Because to me, that is the legacy of 08, is that like people in the city who have cultural ambitions or talent or are making culture or making art feel like they are part of the city's narrative. So that was how the Academy came around. And at that point, because I'd worked with so many artists to try to get them from a local level to a national level, I felt like I knew what was missing. And what I felt was important was that you have the institutions, so you have the schools, you have the LIPers, you have, you know, universities, you have people who go through, you know, really organized training programs, you have all that. So, but you have these artists that don't fall into that space, who may not fit. And obviously we had some labels, and we still have some labels in the city. So there's some artists that really didn't fit into that space. So I was thinking, what is it that when I've managed artists, or when I'm managing artists, like what is the value that I give, or the company that I had at the time, Airbeats, give? And a lot of it was kind of bringing industry to the artists, making those connections, and then sharing like actual real information, not stuff from a book that now is going to be late because the industry is moving very fast.
Yeah.
My thing was like, well, if I could cultivate that, and then, so we done that the first year. It was more of like a weekend of activity with some kind of support. But then on the back of that, we realized that artists needed money. They needed, you know, something consistently through the year, mentoring, you know, a bit of a network where they can share with other artists, you know, and we just kind of built upon that each and every year. And I think we're pretty much, we've got a reputation both locally, but definitely nationally, to be in like underrepresented groups do well with us. So we seem to help a lot of, you know, female identifying artists get to a good level, like a good place. So they come through us and they might go and get bigger funding and just start doing stuff nationally. We're quite good with artists from black music artists of different kinds, who like different genres, should I say, different slight musical genres, move on. I think we've been very good with slightly pop artists, trying to move them on and stuff like that, I think. So yeah, I think we've started to cultivate this brand that, even though it's inclusive for all, it kind of tries to fill the gaps. Because again, it's like, I'm sure you're the same. I look at the offer as a whole city offer, and I see us as a piece of it. So I'm always keen to kind of go, what do we need to do more? If they're doing that better, that's fine. I don't see competition. What I see is, the end user, the artist, is the one that we're all doing this for. So it's like, I've never had a great we haven't had a lot of bands, like what I consider really good bands come through. We've had some, Spilt Milk Society, we had the Visitors a couple of years. We've had good bands through, but not as much as the solo artists. And I remember speaking to Chris from Bido about this a while ago, and I said, I don't fret that, because I know there's other pathways for those artists, those bands.
I think it's also as well, it's like solo artists do need more support, because there's no one to kind of like throw ideas against. Solo artists are the ones that need, that kind of like that validation more, and also a wider community of artists around them that they can speak to.
And we found that, and I'd say 90% of our applicants, we get about 400 applicants a year, and in the final the full application open call, and we find about 90% of them are solo artists. You know what I mean? And that's just, but again, to me, it's fine. And the way the program's being built is being like, what do they need? Okay, finance. Okay, a network, connections, masterclasses, mentoring. So it started with people just maybe asking me, "Oh, can I have a call? Oh, I'm doing this," and I've gone, "Okay, we'll build this in." So now you get 4 hours of mentoring per month for the whole cohort. And then it got to a point a couple of years ago, pre-pandemic, where it was like, we realized there was a lot of strain. So whereas I'm giving mentoring, that's more about career development, we were like, a lot of them might need it more of a personal development thing. So we brought in a life coach that now sits alongside and offers the same amount of hours I do in terms of career. And then it was like, we want to do more creative development, because we are getting very much known for career progression, but we want to actually make sure we're pushing these artists creatively. So, let's put some money aside for getting them in the studio, doing collaborations, and then it got to the point where we were getting asked to do other stuff that wasn't just for our cohort. So we started doing the industry insight sessions and the radio show, and just to kind of build on it. So everything has just been like us reacting. And last year, 2 years ago, we added last program, we added 3 more things. This was in the middle of lockdown, so we added a mental well-being program called Changing the Narrative. We added a pre-academy project in partnership with the Noise Project, which is the Merseyside Youth Association. So it was kind of people who applied for the academy but weren't quite ready, but we felt like we needed some more creative development. So we ran a project that was like 9 months long, and then other little bits and partnerships. But our thing is always like, within the resource we've got, can we do more? Because we should be doing more. And then recently we just partnered with the Philharmonic to do a careers day, and we're going to be doing more stuff with them, because again, it's just kind of like, how can we just better use our resource to help? Because as I said before, that pathway is just complex. And again, I've been working with PRS Foundation on Power Up, specifically, but I work across their whole program, and their whole programs, and like, technology needs, and obviously the pandemic, and what does travel look like going forward, and the live needs, and live opportunities, and all this is going to play a part in going forward. It's like, how do we as talent developers respond to we're not all lucky enough to have a venue right there. So like, it's like, for the ones that don't, like, what you do about showcase events, how do you prepare artists for that? How do you put, it's a challenge, but you want to be able to do the best you can, and you want to be able to progress artists. And I think I've got a long time ago, I'm chatting bubbles, but I think context is important. I used to be I was a youth worker when I first came out of uni for 4 years. And one thing I was always keen on, you had some youth workers who used to refer to our kids. Yeah, they used to say, these are our kids. And I've always tried to be the opposite with the academy and go, it's not, we're providing a service during this period of time, but it's about being able to move them on. So hence we've had, some artists that came through Levi's Music Project or Mazeral Sound Station, and then come into ours, and likewise the other way, and and my thing is, that's the point. They're meant to progress, move forward, and if we can do anything to support them any more outside of that, that's cool. But they're not ours. they belong to the world, innit? They belong to the industry. So it's so yeah, I hope that answered the question along about way. But yeah, it's been about kind of maximizing our resource for the betterment of the talent and where they want to go, even knowing that they might not all decide they want to go through into the industry after working with us. And that's an outcome, a positive outcome in its own right, because I'd like to believe if we're showing them the way it really is and letting them understand themselves better and supporting them with that whatever the outcome is the outcome. And yeah, it's not about, we're not an A&R, we're not a label. Our job is not to make these artists stars. It's not a finishing school. It's not like I think the Crawler said to you earlier on, I think like the idea of like the Simon Cowell record, that we're not X Factor.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Totally.
I think us understanding that has been quite critical to the successes I suppose we've had.
But I think that comes into kind of that like empowerment as well, isn't it? If you're giving people the tools and the information that they need in order to make a decision about the rest of their life, and they kind of come out of it and just go, well, do you know what? That isn't actually the industry that I want to work in. I want to enjoy music as a hobby and I want to do something else.
Yeah, that's the point. And that's the point. Like I look at it like, and this is no disrespect to anybody who's on the thing, because but like I've got children. So my view is, my whole purpose as a parent and my whole purpose as a consultant is, at some point, everybody's got to be able to stand without the consultant or the parent.
Yeah.
That's true success. So my point is, I don't want to be giving advice to artists 5 years after you come through the academy or having to support them. My point, I want them to be able to feel empowered enough that they've met enough people, they know themselves enough, and they know the industry enough that they can make decisions wholly. And I can sit back and go, oh, that's amazing. That, you know what I mean? Like someone like Michael, now I'm watching Michael manage himself while he's opening up for Bastille and he's on a label and he's, you know, and I'm sitting back and I was like, this guy is, granted, I'm not saying, you know, it's all perfect, but I'm saying, or, you know, even Luna and Kayami and T, and there's so many who've come through the academy that I literally, they probably don't even realize, but like I'm watching everyone, all their moves, and I'm going, it that makes me fulfilled, because they're not ringing me every day going, oh, this person said that they're navigating themselves, and a lot of them have found their own place. Like Kayami's like, I'll do a small little deal with it independent. When she started, she, for instance, everything was a major label, but to hit go, actually, you know what, I like doing my art the way this is. I know I want to represent myself. I know I want to communicate myself. And then she signs with, you know, hit or heist, which is not what you'd normally expect someone like Kayami. Originally, no one would have put what felt like alt R&B with a management and label, independent label like them. But it works. But that's because she got, you know, to me, she's come through the sessions and she started to look at herself and started to look at the marketplace and going, actually, you know what, I'm this. And to me, that's like, that is empowerment. It's because they realize the power's in them, as opposed to the industry structure and expectations. And I think that's joyous, man. That's like a rich offer when everyone's just where they should be, as opposed to where they think they should be.
I think that's a huge one. That I think with artists and bands, like they're not supposed to know the whole of the ins and outs of the industry when they're starting out. And I think, like, you know, I think about like my career progression and what I wanted to do when I was growing up compared to what I've actually done.
Yeah.
And it's just like you find your own kind of pathway through, and it's like bearing that in mind as an artist in a band when you are kind of like developing your materials and you are even like releasing music, is that you don't know at that point like how you're going to go through the industry, and to kind of use every opportunity to find that out and to find out what those different routes through the industry are and what's going to suit you. And it might be that the person next to you, like, you know, is on a totally different pathway and they're developing at different points and stuff, but what is that individual route for each person is that kind of key thing.
And that's it. And I think that's why this is very I don't know, I suppose like almost like a Buddhist thing, but like if you know yourself, but if they know themselves and they can see, if it was the 48 laws of power, it'd be know the enemy, but know the industry And those things are kind of key, but the biggest one is knowing themselves. I feel like as you take in more experiences and grow and whatever, success, challenge, failure, whatever, you're good as long as you're in tune with that thing that you are. Because I feel like it's when artists haven't got that they become and like a lot of my work, I've got like even with brands and organizations is saying to them, well, what are you or what are we? So even with LIMF, it's like, you know, program a festival, very, very, a small part of the festival represents me, very small, because my view is like, what is this meant to be? As a, you know what I mean? And defining that, and when, we went too far that way, whatever. And to me, that's like the same thing artists have got to go, like, you are what you are. And the closer you are to what feels right and what manifests what your vision and your faith and conviction in that, that's what we've got to protect. So as talent developers, that's what we've got to nurture and protect all the time, whether we're managing talent or we are just developing talent through a program. It's like helping them chip away the shit around what they and get rid of what they aren't, so they can see themselves clearly and then go forward. Because then we know what it's like, and you Kath, you know it. You know, you've been at the labels and you've heard 25 people have an opinion on how someone should dress, speak, what song they should listen, and the artists have got to be as strong in that position as they are at the beginning. And so it becomes very important. I think that's what I'm saying. The biggest joy is when you see artists just shining as they are meant to be, wherever they're meant to be, whether it's independent, on a major label, headlining Wembley, or, you know what I mean, doing a small room and it's a bloody biggest artistic display that you ever see. And I think, and you've got it with your roster. Like, I've seen, you know, your rosters, like everyone there seems like they're shining where they're meant to be. Do you know what I mean? And however that works economically is another thing, but I'm saying spiritually or artistically, that must be so liberating for them to find a home, find a manager that lets them be the best at what they are. And that's, I think, any talent development program, that should be how you measure success. It shouldn't be anything else. We've all got to do our reviews for funders and all that stuff, but I mean, fundamentally, it's got to be like, have the artists come in, your promise to those artists when they signed up, have you delivered on that promise? Are they in a better place once they finish the program than they were at the beginning? You know what I mean? Full stop.
Yeah, I think that kind of massively does fall into it, isn't it? It's like you've got to enable people to kind of set off on their own roads and be the best versions of themselves they can be. And I think, you know, we talk about barriers and we talk about, like, I was just, you know, when I first moved back to Liverpool, didn't want to work in music straight away because I didn't want to be that person that came up from London, having worked at record labels, having worked with the majors, having worked across the different kind of, you know, like different spheres of the industry, and be that person and go, well, that's how they do it, you know, in the music industry kind of thing. I wanted to really kind of get to grips with the way that it was up here and what the challenges were, what people were facing, what the infrastructure was. And I think Liverpool's kind of quite decent in that, and I think it's got better in the last few years as well with opportunities. But it just, to me, what it felt like was very kind of separate. Like, it felt very separated, and it felt even within itself that there was, you know, there was scenes and there was bands that had little scenes around them, but no one really spoke to each other. Like, there was no kind of like, I didn't feel like there was a kind of like unified sense of community or anything like that within the music scene, which I found kind of quite interesting, considering that everyone has similar challenges.
Yeah, well, I agree, but you know what's quite interesting, and it's like what I give credit, and I know the magazine is slightly on pause now, but I do give credit for Bido over the last 5 years as they've become more, I'm going to say used. I know you're not Bido, Kath, but you know
I'm not Bido. I'm not taking. I can't take any credit for Bido.
I mean the collective minds that are Future Yard and Bido and all that. No, but I believe there's been a real opening of the framing of what Liverpool music is, or Merseyside music is, which I think allows for people, like I'm seeing, like someone like a Codge be recognised by you know, someone, you know, a band member who's in that band space that will be seen as very Liverpool, and they know each other, which we felt like the scenes were set because there was no platform where they would all coexist.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? And I've like, you know, I've felt it even myself. I've existed in this space for years, and I think, you know, maybe LIMF and LIMF Academy has made me more visible to the rest of the professionals in the scene. But before that, like I'd argue that I was totally unknown, or and not me personally, my work maybe, because that scene thing, as you said, like it has been quite disjointed, and I think maybe 30 years ago that would be all right, but I think in this day and age the power comes from all kind of being a little bit more connected and being able to go, look, this is what we're doing, how can we all, and it doesn't have to be formalized, and same with the artists. I'm not saying artists should collaborate, but I think the strength in when you see these mixed genre bills, or the musical collaborations, or the organizations work together, or the music board, for instance, and how we kind of patter ideas around, or when there's something going to happen, we try to make sure that it's hitting as many music creators across the board, and not just music creators who were in this genre scene just because they're speaking the loudest or whatever. I think that that's why I feel like it's so exciting. Someone said to me the other day, I think it was last Sunday, we done an event at the Philharmonic, and someone said to me, it feels like something's happening in Liverpool, like we're on the cusp of something, and it's not defined what it is. There's someone from London actually, and they were saying like it feels like there's something here, but it's not clear what it is, but we just know that it's gonna have a massive ripple effect once it hits. But it's like, and I think we're so close to it sometimes, I don't think we understand, because we're
definitely not. I don't think you can understand when you're in it. Like I don't think you can. Like I was in Sheffield when the Arctic Monkeys were kind of, you know, taking over, and then obviously loads of bands that kind of sounded a bit like them got signed by other labels and stuff. And it's not something I appreciated until I moved away and then kind of looked at it from an outsider. Like I don't think you do appreciate it when you're in it. And I wonder if it's the same for the bands and the artists as well.
Yeah, well, exactly. And but even like you know, you're seeing a lot of, you know, the bands come through. Obviously, like, you know, what Dave's doing with Modern Sky is just really interesting. And then Ditto, and then Centric, bloody hell, like no, but the trickle down impact, because I feel like all these organizations, if they're the pop stars of today, maybe, and the festivals, they're like the bands of today. Like it feels like a lot of those are winning. Same with Future Yard and Kitchen Street. Like, yous are winning, right? So what's up? But the bands are such a part of the narrative. The artists are a part of the narrative. That then it means everyone's winning.
Yeah,
because everyone's getting lifted together.
Yeah,
Everyone's getting more opportunities because this, you know, and I feel like where we sit, where we're working with these artists and trying to support artists and bands and stuff, it's like if we can just make sure everyone's sharp because the lights are coming on. You know what I mean? All the lights are coming on, and at some point there's going to be like, and it's happening. There's investment coming, and there's opportunities, and look what we're trying to do with the music board and the SIF stuff and all that. Like the lights are going to be on brighter than ever, and we're just going to make sure that everybody's their opportunity. You know what I mean? And I think that's important because we had a bit of a shitty 2 years. So like, you know what I mean? And we're not in the best place economically speaking in Liverpool, but I think the passion is at a high. I think there's more people here at a high. Like there's people like, you know, Vanessa Bakewell and, you know, people like that who've left, you know, Brian Johnson, who've left the city because at the time they felt they had to have success, that are clamoring to contribute to the city now. And I think it's just amazing time. It's exciting.
Yeah. Do you think, how healthy do you think competition is between artists?
I feel, you know, the saying "steel sharpens steel" is important. I think, you know, same with sports. It's like if you are trying for the Olympics and you're on Team GB and you're doing a 100-meter sprint, and don't quote me on this because this might show that I don't know the second thing, but someone's running like 9.5 seconds and they're looking like they're shooing, and that makes you train harder, and you run 9.4 and you go to the Olympics. Well, because you had that great competition there. And I feel like that's important. I think the biggest thing though with competitors, like, I think competition is key to excellence, but I think at the same time, also know what your USP is. And this is what I was saying to you before. Like, I'm inspired by what you guys do with Future Yard. I'm inspired greatly. And I take that, I take that, I'm competitive. So I look at it and go, what can we do better too? How can we take them out? How can we do what we're doing better? Do you know what I mean? Than we are doing it before. Not better than them, but better than what we do. Like, what's our USP? And it makes you look at yourself. So I think we should encourage bands to be competitive in the sense of using each other's successes as fuel, or each other's albums as fuel to be better. Because, you know, imagine what it was like when, you know, in the heat of the Erics time, or, you know, when the Farm and them guys were like flying, or when you had, you know, the Laws and all that, you know, like, imagine being a band at that time and you're looking at them and going, right there.
I would have been at that, yeah.
But then you should be inspired by that to go, okay, well, if they're writing these really, really strong songs and they're out there doing it, that means, number one, I can do it. But okay, how do I hone in on making my product better, or what I'm made? It's and that's what you want. And it's the only way Liverpool's gonna sustain our reputation as being a real music city.
I remember. I mean, I think we said this ages ago when we were like setting up the music board. Is like, we need a big artist. Like, this city, this region needs somebody that everyone's going to look to as like breaking through, and like, you know, and being inspired by that, and making young people feel that that's possible. Like, we do need that kind of like big artist. Why haven't we had one? What is it?
You know what's quite interesting is, I feel a lot of our artists have came out of scenes in the past. Like, if we talk about like the Beatles, Celebrate, whatever, you talk about, you know, the Lars Zootons, whatever, you talk about Cream as a brand, and I feel like we've always been a city of scenes. Unique Liverpool, but feels like they've came out of Liverpool for a reason. And I'm worried that that's probably not going to be the unique in the country, just because of the way how fast music travels and stuff. So I feel like we probably haven't.
Right, got you back.
You know what? I was talking and I was thinking, I'll just keep talking even though the screens went black, because I was like, maybe everyone else can hear me, even though I can't see myself and I couldn't see you.
You just froze. It was like, yeah, it was all right.
I was just saying, I feel like before in the past, it's been scenes.
Mm-hmm.
We had, you know, we had the Mersey beat scene, we had like the punk rock scene, we've had like the I'd probably say, like, I'm not going to say Britpop, no, excuse me for that period, like we had the band scene. So we had obviously like Cream and the house music dance scene. You know, you had I suppose, I don't even know what you classed when the farm came through, but like, I suppose the electronic bands, like, I don't know what you call that, electronic indie scene, whatever. So you've had these scenes, and I felt like there's been a number of artists in those spaces, and a lot of the artists then got plucked and they went on, and we've had runs with that. I feel like just the way music is and how fast music's gone since early 2000s, I feel like you don't have those scenes that cultivate quietly and build these artists through. And by the time anyone nationally hears them, it's 4 or 5 years. And when they start coming, there's loads of talent, and you believe it. Oh my God, it feels like they just come from the ground. And I suppose to use equivalent, you see that with grime, where some of these people who are investing in grime can't believe that the artists have got this following, but it's because they've actually been doing it for a while, but it's been underground, because A&Rs don't go to youth clubs. Do you know what I mean? So it's like that gets built. But I feel like with a lot of the stuff here, it's been fast. Like, look at Lapsley on her first show had, what was this, like 10 years ago? How many A&Rs and how many managers? It was so rapid because of SoundCloud and that.
Yeah, it was demos on SoundCloud as well, wasn't it? It wasn't even like finished, really kind of basically produced, like, just.
And she had everyone there, and it was a bidding war. So my thing is, like, the scene thing is a bit hard, and it's a shame, because I don't think we'll ever get back to like a combined, unique Liverpool music scene thing where people come from it. But what I do think is, or we might do in certain genres, but I think it's too fast. Look at someone like Hazy recently from like the urban scene or whatever. It's like it's just so fast, it's so rapid that I don't think. But what I do think, we will get these artists, and I think what we've got to do. So we've had the Lapsleys, Circa Waves, Red Rum Club. There's been a lot. Do you know what I mean? There's been a lot. Or there is a lot. So I think what we've got to get better at is us. I won't say organizations, that's a filthy word, but us entities all standing up and building these people up. So like Revo rings me and goes, "Oh, Red Rum Club, you should look at them for LIMF." So we put them on LIMF in like 2019 or whatever, and then you might be doing something with them. And I think if we collectively, not like we pick someone and go, "That's our person for the year," but I think we just got to
it's down to sharing information, isn't it? And getting behind people that are promising and supporting them, and like,
Michael Aldag's a prime example. He was on Soundstation. I'm not saying that people have got to come through this route, by the way. Please, this is my.
but use the opportunities without a doubt, though.
He was on Soundstation. He was on Levi's Music Project. He was on the LIMF Academy. He, supported by BBC Merseyside, introducing, gets signed wonderfully editorially by Freebeat, which is a Liverpool-based company, but obviously part of Universal Music Group. You know what I mean? It's. I felt like we all, because whenever someone goes to someone, so who's hot in the city? Oh, you should look at Michael. I think it helps, and it gives someone a fair shot, because I don't think, unless somebody's got a straight path to industry, I think as a city, we've got so much collective might, and we're understanding this in the music board now. Like, there's a lot of power in us all just sharing and going, "Have you thought about that?" I'm not saying everyone needs to be on board with some people might not agree with things, but I'm saying if we all feel passionate, we should all be shouting from the rafters about something and all supporting it on whatever that will be. I think it's very hard. And we're not the Avengers, but I'm saying it'd be very hard. I think it'd be very hard for anyone to say no consistently to a bunch of Liverpool-based music professionals who believe in something. And I think that's how we've got to look at it. And that's from people who, I'm not saying just involved in the board, but I'm saying, Tom and Revo, and if everybody feels passionate about something, I think we should all shout about it to the world, not just to each other. I think we are going to have another superstar from here. Do you know what I mean?
Do you think there's a responsibility on artists to shout about other artists as well? Because that's something that I feel that people especially when, like, you know, when musicians have got a platform, when they do have, like, you know, decent social media followings and stuff like that, those socials, they're not just there as a kind of like, this is what I'm up to, this is what I'm doing, look at my new single.
I think
Like,
I think they should, and going back to your earlier question about competition, maybe some of that's a lot to do with like feeling like there's not enough abundance or opportunity, so they don't. But I find like Zuzu seems to have this, like, everyone loves Zuzu from what I've seen, my perspective. Like, it seems like there's a lot of love for her from other artists, and she gives a lot of love back. Do you know what I mean? And to me, I've loved that about the Academy as well. I've loved to see how, like, I'm beaming pride when like someone from 2 years ago is supporting someone from, you know, this year, and then, you know,
I love that. That's like, I love that so much.
They've got their cross-pollinating audiences, because a lot of times they're not even from the same genre, so they're cross-pollinating audiences and just bringing awareness, and then the rest is up to the individual person to go, I'm going to give it a listen or whatever. And I feel like if that's happening more, I'd love to see the superpowers, because there's a rung of people like the Circle Waves and that who are like, to me, who are like clear, and again, I'm not saying they don't, but like, they have a lot of, you know, if they went, oh, there's this new artist in Liverpool, everyone should check out. People would check them out. Do you know what I mean? But it's, you know, it's interesting. It'd be good to see what, you know, like Red Run Club. They seem like they very much love the scene and love artists, so I can imagine they're going to definitely do it. Jamie Webster, even though he hasn't really come through the quote unquote that music scene, I know he's gone through the football kind of thing, but like, he's got the lights on him now. You know, he's, you know, 8,000, like Korean, whatever. Like, that is, you know, it'd be interesting to see how what comes with that, and where he shines the light. But I think the biggest point is that they've all got lights on them, whether it's, you know, being able to book a support and take a support on tour with them, or getting somebody to work on their album, or whatever it is. And I feel like we're in a good place, you know, Kath. We're in a good place. Like, when I feel like, even then, something comes to me head about the studio system, you know, like, or Park Street, but, you know, that, like, look at what Chris and Tom and Richie and all them, like, Alex Quinn is the new one. Like,
Alex is doing really well. Like, really good.
Sam Megan, you know, managing these all, and like, it's just, mate, it's everyone. It seems like so many people are clicking and firing like the best they have, and we're all aware of each other. Like, it's not like we're pretty much all aware of each other, and I think the artists and bands are gonna benefit. You know what I mean? I look at the warmth. I was watching a little bit of the session before ours, and the warmth that these are, you know, it was the Crawlers one, where they're talking, like, and you're going, oh, I can't wait to see you. You get, like, you know about what they're like. Come on, that's real. It's real, isn't it? It's real warmth and reciprocal love and attention.
I find Crawlers interesting because, like, you know, in that discussion, they talked about before the pandemic, and like playing in Liverpool, and there just not being suitable bills for them to be on, and like them not kind of connecting with audiences and stuff like that, and the benefit of kind of having a pandemic that sticks everyone on the internet, and how they've kind of built up that global, like, following, basically, through being very clever on TikTok, and, like, you know, and making sure that all of the other stuff, and as you say, like, once that light starts shining on you, is be ready to kind of like react to it. And then having, you know, that single that's come out is on like nearly 22 million streams on Spotify, and having that up your sleeve, that, you know, that's going to kind of not, you know, just bring even a bigger audience to the ones that you've kind of built. And they're using the, you know, those tour dates to kind of shine a light on the artists that they love as well. And it's just like, it's really interesting to me, that one, because what I've always struggled with is artists that kind of feel like they need to conquer Liverpool. They feel like they're fixated on it, and there being certain gatekeepers in place where they're like, I need to impress this person in order to kind of get forward. And then you've got acts like Crawlers who have just bypassed it, you know, and I find that really kind of interesting. It's just like, they didn't find their crowd in Liverpool. And, you know, who knows what's there now, whether they've inspired more music fans to come to gigs that would love that kind of music. But, you know, I mean, they have like sold out 2 arts clubs, but it's really interesting to me that, like, they didn't kind of see that barrier. Like they kind of just went over it. Like, and I just love that. And I think there's always anomalies. There's always people that will just kind of, you know, find that audience and do that thing. And they've done it so cleverly and so authentically.
That's it. Well, and I think it's wonderful that you speak to them about that, because the more they tell people that, and in a positive way, like, this is a barrier that exists and we found our way around it. Because, you know, I think about someone like Kof. When I started working with Kof, who's a rapper, singer, and he runs one of the best kind of studios in the city, and works with a lot of black music acts. Early days for us, that was the same way. We were trying to, Juice FM at the time, trying to get them to play the records, trying to get BBC Merseyside Daytime to play the records. We were trying to get Radio City to play the records. We were trying to get people to book him for the shows. And we just kind of found our way, and we connected with people in Nottingham and Birmingham and then London in a very short period of time. And, you know, we were getting, like, at one point, he was the most playlisted black music artist in the country on One Extra, over Dizzy, Rascal and Wiley at the time when Wiley and Dizzy were signed to XL. And it was like, but our point was, like, we were always looking at, like, a positive solution. And we didn't have the two, like, come on, this was MySpace days. We didn't have, we didn't have Spotify analytics to go, oh my God, loads of people are listening in Sweden, let's put some more spend and boosted post there. We didn't have that. We didn't have the idea, like, social media of going, well, technically it's global once we put something up, and we can just nudge it either way. So I agree. I think that's important. And you know, again, you know, you think about someone like Evian Christ or someone like that, who he didn't get the love here. He got Kanye West before he got anyone in Liverpool. But it's,
I know.
And that's, I think that's amazing. It's amazing, and how it should be. No one should go, you know, I'm not getting put on this bill locally, so it doesn't mean I've got worth. If you're making some type of music that resonates elsewhere, then you lean into that.
Yeah, and it's like not being limited to the fact that you can't find an audience in your home city. I had a student at LIPA that struggled with it as well. He'd, like, obviously come to Liverpool to go to LIPA, and just, like, there was no club nights that he wanted to go to, and he was, like, in Manchester every night, and it was just like, I appreciate that it's frustrating, but there's audiences everywhere, and it's just like, just because you're not connecting with that local audience, like, go somewhere else, like, make sure that you're more ambitious. Like, that was one of the things that kind of I didn't want to, like, assume when I was moved up from London but it was just, I was really, really interested. There was so many artists that were fixated on getting the attention of, like, certain promoters or, like, you know, publications or whatever, or getting on a certain website. And it was just like, well, if they're not listening, go somewhere else. Like, it's vast. Like, there's a world out there, and social media and like, you know, the tools that we have for self-releasing enable that. You don't need those local gatekeepers.
100%.
But I think it's really, like, key what you said about Bido as well. In the last 5 years, have just kind of opened up to loads of different musical styles and cultures and genres and everything in that one publication.
And also, what I love about that is it's like going, this is not based on you sold the O2 or you haven't. Like okay, the A-Star thing is a good example. A-Star is like a cultural icon in the city, but for a certain, he is a cultural icon. He's an enigma, you know, in his own right. But, like, he's got a lot of power, right? So, you know, you could put someone, or Codge or someone like that, you could put on the cover of Bido and go, well, why them? Because there's this band that has done this and they're selling out 2,000 cap. But I'd argue, if you add the context to it, you know, this person is as important. Like, it's more than 2,000 tickets. And I feel like that's the power of being able to go and do your thing wherever it lies, regardless of, you know, A-Star has not done a headline show in Liverpool.
Whatever. Like, he's just not.
No, and he hasn't done hard ticketed £10, let me do a headline show in Liverpool.
Yeah.
But you look at the numbers and you look at the fact he's probably recognisable anywhere he goes, North Liverpool, South Liverpool, whatever. That's a power, do you know what I mean? And it's like, you know, Codge might not have 2 million streams of rec, but, like, you know, it's resonating. He's doing the stuff with Maz Outfit. He's doing the stuff in the city with Grime. He's seen as a leader. He's, you know, he's sitting on panels and really stand up for a whole scene, and everyone sees him as like it's a. And I love that those kind of being able to kind of feel confident enough, I suppose, to be able to go, that's as important as this thing, which is measurable in this way.
Yeah.
Still recognize it, and I think it does open the conversation. But I think it also adds. I think it gives power to those artists that aren't in the scene space to keep going, because you can be recognized if you're doing something that's not necessarily in the traditional industry of how many tickets you're selling, how many screens you've got, whatever. Do you know what I mean? And that's powerful.
I think that's really, I think that's a huge one, is like how we measure successes in, you know, in that kind of like early, in the early part of an artist's career. And it should be around their creativity, their development, the impact that they're having on the people around them, you know, however big that audience is, how that audience feels about them as well, and be able to kind of provide platforms for them.
But I know with you, for instance, like Beja Flow, I know for you, in your thing is of impact. You want to see Beja, like you love what Beja's doing because of Beja's impact. You know, I know how you measure it. I know you're not going, oh, that record only got that. You know, I know you ain't judging it just off that. I know you're looking and going, what is the impact of this thing? Like, I know that my old view, any artist that I've managed or worked with or whatever, it's like I'm so interested in the unique point of view and helping them craft that voice so they can share it with the world. And if it ends up with some commercial impact, amazing. You know what I mean? Everybody needs that thing, and you can use it to really expand. But like, the measure can't just be numbers alone. And I've always gone from I've always studied music from a cultural standpoint. So, like, even growing up, and I was into like loads of different forms of music, different genres. But I've grew up in a household where my dad's was West African. He died, so he is West African. But you know what I mean. So he's from West Africa. My mum's from Jamaica. So I've got these forms of music in my house when I'm little. It's very proud, very lush forms of music that mean something to a culture. Like, you think of Jamaica, you think of reggae music. So it's not music. It's bigger than music. And same with African music. This is like an oral tradition. They're telling stories through the way they drum. Like, that's very different. And then they speak in different dialects, tribal dialect, all this. So yeah, that. And then I was also getting black soul music from the States, but I was big into pop music in the UK. And you see pop music then, I'm talking about pop music, late 80s, early 90s, where it's like, it's visual, it's pop is this, and it's not pop in cheese, but like pop is in like, it's populist, it's big, it's leading popular culture. So then I was into all that. And then, you know, I've been getting older, I'm getting into like Oasis and all that stuff. And like, my mates are into that big, but I'm into like US hardcore hip hop, all converging at the same time. So I've always looked at music as like a cultural thing. So any artist that comes by, I'm always big on like, and it obviously depends if I work with them a little bit more, but like generally I'm always like, what are they reflecting outside of whatever? So it's not like, you know, Sam made that album when he signed to Decca, Sam Volo, and it's an album of a story about like ambition and achieving something. And like, the first song you play with the second song, it makes a third song, first time it's ever been done in the world, and explains the whole album. Like, mate, I'm happy with that. Because he's done something that's never been done, and he's had total artistic power, which is what he wants at the beginning. I want to be able to say whatever I say. I want to say and get my artistic part. And you know, he came to Liverpool because he knew about the music scene, but he hadn't made a record. Well, he had made records, but he hadn't released stuff before he come to Liverpool. He hadn't done a live show. Within 2 years, he signed to a major label. He gets to the album that he wants to do. He's toured the UK, toured a lot of Europe. You know, went to the States, worked with some amazing producers, and done this album that he want. And like, to me, I look back and go, like, for an artist, and it might be hard at the time because there's a lot of struggles with label and stuff like that, but for an artist, that's empowerment. You've gone, I want to do this, and you're in a fair child place like Liverpool. And again, he was one who said, you know, I know people don't love my music here, but I knew that a lot of people loved his attitude. So we were trying to articulate the attitude and the fact what he presented, as opposed to the actual musicality or the genre. And I think that was key to his success locally. But then when it went past there, and again, a lot of people championed Sam. And then when he got to a national level, like, you could see the excellence, and it was unique. And Liverpool, I'll say this again, Liverpool and tastemakers nationally, who really were champions for the music, a combination of those two things got Sam his deal, where he had total artistic power to do artistic license to do whatever he wants. So that's why I'm saying that thing about if the city can get up on you. So but my point being is, like, that's what I think the numbers will never, as someone who's a talent developer, and I'm sure you agree with this, is like, the numbers will not drive our passion for a project. We believe that, I think, if we can make great art and work with great artists and people who can articulate emotion, that the rest of it will fall into place.
Yeah,
and
I think that's a very idealistic way of looking at it, but yeah, like that's it, really. Like it really, really is. Like you hope that you can support the artists to do exactly what they to create exactly what they want to create, and to put it out into the world in the way that they want to be represented. Like,
and I'll flip it. There are artists who come and want to headline Wembley. I know basically do it. It's a different path. I'm not saying that it should be like we're proper like arty farty and all that. I'm just saying whatever it is they want, whether it's a pop massive scale thing or like, I think you want to help the artist to reach that and understand the balance of that, what you have to give up or what you give to be able to do those different forms. And
is where that compromise is, without a doubt. God, yeah. Before we go, I want to talk about Power Up, and just like, because when I was like reading up on this, when it was first announced, and that I knew that you were like instigating it with Ben Winter, it was really, really interesting, because it wasn't placed at a point that I was expecting it to be, because it was showing that obviously, like, at entry level and at emerging talent level, there are lots of like Black artists and like Black entrepreneurs and Black kind of music industry execs or promising execs.
Yeah.
And then it seemed to kind of just plateau there, and then there isn't really as many opportunities for Black people above that. And I think for me, I was hugely, hugely interested in it, because I've not seen another initiative that kind of places itself at that level, where it's like, no, we know that you can get into it. We just want to make sure that you've got everything that you need to level up.
Yeah.
And like,
you think about it, what you've been talking about, the talent development. We don't have a problem in this city of people picking up instruments and starting bands and making songs. The challenge is always in the middle. Like, how do you go from that to the exceptional talent and exceptional potential is never, I think in this day and age is never going to be the problem. To getting those people through what is a lot of gatekeepers and essentially glass ceilings is the challenge. And if you're from a minority, so, you know, whether I know women aren't a minority, but if you're from underrepresented groups, right, in whatever guise, whether that's gender, sexuality, whatever it would be, race, like, it's just complex. And then if you look at the intersectionality of it, if you're Black, gay, a Black gay woman, oh fuck, you know what I mean? And that's where we're seeing Power Up is going. Well, when we find that exceptional talent and they're trying to get through, we know systemic racism is a challenge. We know anti-Black racism is supremely, because of the historic nature of it, is complex. We know, gender plays such a, like, and the statistical evidence there as well. So this is not like feeling. And I've always felt like the hardest thing with stuff is, like, you can tell stories or you can deliver facts. And when you've got facts and stories, it's very compelling and no one can really argue. They can argue, but you're not going to get anywhere. So, like, Power Up sits in that space, and it's like, a lot of my learnings from the academy and stuff has gone into it. It's like, well, how can you design this program? And I've got to say quickly, Ben Winter and Joe Franklin. Joe Franklin's the CEO of PRS Foundation. They founded this, and they brought me in to develop it and get it to launch. And then obviously since then I've become the senior manager of Power Up, but also sit as the senior manager across PRS Foundation to ensure that what's happening with Power Up is impacting some of the other programs and stuff. But like, so the idea is to work with these 40 individuals throughout the year, 20 music creators, 20 industry professionals, to give grant funding, which is important, the investment, to masterclasses, so they all are getting the finest information and are connecting with the finest people, bring in the partners who will then help them as well, mentors. Everyone will get a very high level mentor, so it's not a general, it's like who's, you know, very high level and understands what's going on. Business coaching, mental health first aid training. Big one that come out of it was the trauma of being Black and in the UK and being Black and in the music industry. Like one of the main things when we done our research and development that come out of the people we spoke to was that needed to be offered. And then putting it all together, and then, you know, and then the network of them individuals being able to support each other. So there's a WhatsApp group, Power Up WhatsApp group. So there's pretty much nearly 40 of them in there, and it's like that's where the business is going on. That support.
I can totally imagine. Like I could. That's always like the side impact of putting any group of people together in programs like this is the gorgeous collaborations and like the partnerships that come out of it and the friendships.
It's amazing. Like honestly, I'm seeing stuff and like someone will go, "Oh, I've had this situation," and the lawyer from the group, because they're all from different disciplines, all from all over the UK. So it's like someone's going, "Well, legally, this is what your stance is," and then someone come and go, "I've been in that situation with my business at Independent. So from an independent standpoint, I'll suggest you, mate." And I'm sitting there going, "Mate, this is what life should be. We should be able to just pick each other up. We're doing this in a silo. Obviously, it's Black individuals, but Black is a very broad thing to look at if you think of Black culture." So I'm looking at it and I'm going, now, my job at the PRS Foundation is to go, okay, that's happened over there for Black individuals, but we want to apply that to everything else that's going on. And to me, that's when we get to that point, and we're going back to the scenes thing before and what we're trying to do in Liverpool, trying to get people out of scenes to start linking and being sharing and thinking and coming up with solutions together. Then I'm going to link that back to the board and why I think the board's so important, because we're all in our spaces and we're all leaders in our space, and then we come together and go, "Oh yeah, I agree with you, and I know you own a venue, but this is from a promoter standpoint of view, or this is from a Black artist standpoint of view, or or whatever it would be," and it's that is amazing. So I look at Power Up not as in, every year 40 individuals doing all this and we're doing all these programs. I'm going, when the integration of Black music creators and Black industry professionals and their experiences is integrated into every conversation about the future of streaming, about roles, education, that's where it's going to get really interesting. And that's where the industry is going to be fully fulfilled and people be empowered, because even though Black people they exist and a lot of the art is within popular culture and arguably leads popular culture, in terms of decision making and in terms of influence about future direction, Black people are not a part of that conversation, but are expected to be the soundtrack of that, or be the art of that, or be the reflection of that. And that's what I think quite interesting about Power Up. But again, it's not wholly about race. That there's a lesson in that, but I see that in the same way. We think about working class people, like working class culture adds the edge and the spice to everything. So it's like we need that mix. So everything that we're talking about with the board and we talk about with the music scene and all that, it's about kind of how can we have everyone cross pollinate. And that's when Liverpool will return. And I say this, and people might criticize, but we'll return to the greatness that we had sporadically over the last 70 years, when we actually start cross-pollinating ideas and scenes. And when I say scenes, I've been talking to fact and going, we've got one of the best digital scenes here, we've got one of the best art scenes here, we've definitely got the best music scene, we've got a wonderful sport. Imagine if we all started working together. Imagine if there was a festival of creativity for this city. We'd be like Silicon Valley, but we just work separately. I know we've got our own challenges and we're trying to work within our own sectors at the moment and get it right, but God forbid we all start with that'll be dangerous.
I always thought that when Brexit was starting to happen, and just like why aren't the different industries, particularly the ones within the creative industries, battling this together, like kind of joining forces, because we're all kind of got the same issues. But that could work across anything though, can't it?
Totally. Well, you think about, okay, let's think about it positively. Tech and music come together over the last 10 years and it changes the world. tech and film come together, and we get the Netflixes. All the disruption comes when these sectors merge.
Yeah,
So
totally.
imagine if we're in a city where we've got fact. I'm just going to use fact as a organization that leads that space, and then you've got our music space with all these festivals and Centric and Ditto and all that going on, and then you've got this big deep well of talent and smaller venues and all this, and we got that, and then you've got the art space, so you've got the Tate, you've got the ML, you've got what I mean, you've got biennial, and then you've got the digital space and what's happening with that, and then the film space as opposed to the green. Like, imagine if we all started kind of going, okay, well, how do we work together so we're all like, we actually understand some of the top layer stuff. And now, imagine if we put a bid together and we've got 10 billion to develop this kind of could this place be a Silicon Valley? Could the best ideas come out of here? Could a music artist come out who is like somebody from the punk scene who actually understands music visually as well? Could we have a 2022 OMD come out of that space, because they're actually in this space where there's and obviously I know this is like blue sky thinking, but I almost think like I see the little the seeds of this happening all the time. Do you know what I mean? Because we'll be on these things and we have conversations and we're aware of what's happening over there, and you know what I mean? Or we'll put this in an abandoned warehouse, because that's all the Baltic is. Baltic's two areas: business and real estate, and culture and art, and a bit of technology being put into a small area. And look what comes out of that space. The same thing with what's happening at Birkenhead. You start getting these things where you're going, okay, well, these incubator spaces, what could actually come out of this? And I think, artists, and I say that in a broader sense of like creators, just need that space then to work, and the right types of people, and bounce ideas off opposing and sometimes like-minded creators. And then all of a sudden you get these wonderful spaces. And I think that's where we are at the moment in Merseyside.
Yeah, I hope so. I really do. I think you're dead on. Let's wrap it up there, because I'm gonna
you want to have your takeaway?
Do a fine. Yeah, it was a great takeaway. That was very positive. Very, very positive.
No, I'm saying about your takeaway. You said you're thinking about a takeaway. Don't worry about this takeaway. I'm
my
thinking
takeaway.
about
I don't know. I haven't had a pizza for a while, so I might treat myself to a pizza.
There you go.
I don't know yet. I'm still considering.
Oh, by the way, I've seen that you picked up the decks again recently, and I know this is not the conversation, but I was really intrigued. You used to DJ. How did your set go the other day?
Yeah, it was fine. It was our DJ like box in the bar is like above the bar and like accessible. Well, it's not accessible. It's accessible with a ladder, and it's actually the first time I've ever been up there. So I think it was more significant that I actually went up there than I actually DJ'd. But yeah, it was fine. It was all good. It was
Good.
Got a lot of records handed to me through the hatch.
Sorry if anyone but like I'm definitely I'm just interested in when people like with everything that she does decides I'm gonna DJ as well. I just think it's
no, it was cool. It was cool. It'll be repeated, definitely. Oh, nice one, Yao. Thank you so much. And I'll catch up with you in real life at some point soon. Take care.
Definitely.
Thank you. Bye. Right, that brings us to the end. I just wanted to kind of sum up by saying that was absolutely amazing to get so much brilliant insight from the 4 conversations, and it was exactly what I was expecting it to be. I think having, Tom this morning talk so kind of passionately about the Broken Record campaign and the future of streaming, and that, it is a broken record and the industry's all over the shop, but there's so much promise and there's so many good people that are fighting the fight to kind of get more of a equitable revenue for artists and creators. I think Kerry kind of putting it into context of how we use streaming in campaigns and the opportunities and looking at it as a marketing tool was really, really cool. Hearing from crawlers about like how they've built up everything and what they're so passionate about and what they want to create for their audience is really, really special. And then Yao is obviously one of the most positive advocates of the Liverpool music scene ever. And hearing him talk about all of those different elements as well was like super useful. We at Future Yard have we're going to continue doing stuff like Beacon, and we're going to bring back our direct input series, which is like an hour-long chat with an artist about how they do things, and it goes back to those conversations about personalizing stuff and showing that there's loads of different routes through the industry that we can take. So that'll be starting up again. Make sure that you're following our Future Art for Artists Instagram and Twitter, and that you're signed up to the mailing list for all of those updates. We have 10 propeller spaces that are available for free with thanks to the Arts Council. So that's 10 6-month placements for emerging artists and bands with full use of rehearsal studios and mentorship and workshops and all sorts of different things and opportunities at Future Yard. We also have our rehearsal studios are open for anybody that needs them. So anybody that you can just book ad hoc on the website. So all of that stuff is on the Propeller page of the Future Yard website. Thank you so much for joining me. I know it's Sunday, and I really, really appreciate it. And I hope to see you at Future Yard really, really soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.